Welcome to 92Y's very first State of Democracy Summit. The 2020 election and its aftermath saw long-simmering social and political tensions in America reach a crisis point, testing the core pillars of our democratic process as never before. Today, we will explore what this period in American history can teach us about the nature of our democracy. We'll explore how we got here and what we can all do to build a more inclusive, stronger, and more resilient democracy, focusing on pressing topics such as the impact of misinformation on democracy and the state of our election system, as well as the role played by satire and the arts, as well as the press. Before jumping into our program, I want to thank our supporters. These include our title sponsor, the Knight Foundation, our lead sponsor, Newmark Philanthropies, and our media sponsor, ProPublica. And now, on with our main event. We hope you find the upcoming sessions with leading journalists, scholars, artists, activists, and public officials from both sides of the aisle to be of value as together we explore where America goes from here and how we can protect the precious gift that we have inherited, democracy, both here and around the world. We at the 92nd Street Y are so proud to present this event as part of our long-standing commitment to fostering civic dialogue and engagement and strengthening civic bonds. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, I'm Alberto Ibargüen. For the last 16 years, I've had the privilege of leading the John S. and James L. Knight Foundation, dedicated to strengthening American democracy by supporting informed, engaged, and inclusive communities in the United States. We're honored to be the title sponsor of the 92nd Street Y's inaugural State of Democracy Summit. In their day, Jack and Jim Knight ran one of the country's most successful news companies. They believed quality local news was crucial to the functioning of democracy because, as Jack Knight said, a well-informed people can best determine their true interests. 60 years ago, they created Knight Foundation, and true to their donor intent, today our funding focuses on journalism, community, arts and community, and research. This summit intersects with all four of these areas, and in the style we at Knight strongly prefer, you'll hear from a range of voices and points of view. We're particularly proud that the organizers have selected a number of speakers whose work we've already supported, including Steve Engelberg and Jay Rosen, who will speak on the role of journalism in democracy, Knight Public Space Fellows Chelina Odbert and Eric Kleinenberg, and Knight's own Lily Weinberg, who will talk about the uses of physical and virtual public space to build community, and scholars Danielle Allen and Yuval Levin, whose work we support through the Knight Research Network, delving into issues of internet and democracy. We're also delighted to share data from the Knight Foundation's 100 Million Project, a deep dive into understanding the 100 million Americans, some 43% of the eligible voting age population, who typically do not vote. Knight's Yvette Alexander will introduce the panel on voting and how to make it better. We're honored that Jocelyn Benson and Brad Raffensperger, the Secretaries of State of Michigan and Georgia, will join that conversation. And finally, I'm also glad to tell you that with Knight's support, the most recent issue of Lapham's Quarterly, appropriately and exclusively devoted to democracy, is available free online. The link is in the comment section, and I encourage you all to spend time with it. Democracy is reinforced by a strong sense of community. And after the year we've just had, we're especially glad to sponsor this gathering, where people of goodwill can search for ways to tend the ties that bind us. Thank you for being here, and thank you for participating, and welcome.
I'm Craig Newmark. I'm a customer service rep and also founder of something called Craigslist. These days, I'm fully focused on philanthropy, specifically philanthropy that protects our country's aspirational values, things like fairness, opportunity, and respect for everyone. The biggest threat to those values, and the biggest part of my activities, has to do with combating disinformation and harassment. American democracy is increasingly attacked not only by foreign adversaries, but those who do it for profit. And I feel protecting our country is one of those all-hands-on-deck things. We're all in this together. And what's in my head is the whole greatest generation thing. This summit is about spreading this message and strengthening American democracy. I guess I got to repeat what I learned from Mr. and Mrs. Levin in Sunday school, who taught me that disinformation is bad. Specifically, it's wrong to bear false witness. That also illustrates how old school I am. In the same tradition, I learned that if you want to tell people the truth, make them laugh, otherwise they'll kill you. Sometimes the only way we can handle the truth is via comedy. And that's why, in addition to conversations on technology and democracy, and about the press and elections, I'm seriously excited about today's panel on satire with some of today's funniest comedians. Overall, folks, you're about to hear from smart people who know a lot about all this stuff. Stay tuned.
Hi, my name is Hari Srinivasan. Welcome to the 92nd Street Wise. We take this deep look at democracy. I know you just saw the slides, but I want to introduce our guests just so you remember who they are. We are joined by Danielle Allen from Harvard University. She also runs the Edmund J. Safra Center for Ethics. Yuval Levin is joining us from the American Enterprise Institute, and Jill Lepore, you've seen her byline at the New Yorker. She also works at Harvard as well. So this topic, I think we can pretty much solve all of democracy's problems in about 30 minutes. So we're prepared for that. I first want to kind of a jump ball to all of you, to each of you, which is right now we are in a state where we are hearing these kind of ideas that this is the greatest stress test for at least American democracy. If we can't get through this moment, there's no turning back. I mean, from the events of January 6th to even the preconditions that are creating the type of racial violence that we're seeing against different ethnic groups, to the, voter rights struggles that are happening around the country right now. Is it as bad as that sounds, or is American democracy so resilient and has seen these challenges before, and we can learn from it and move forward? So Danielle, let me start with you. And it doesn't have to be either one of those two. It can be a third option.
Thank you so much, Hari. Good to be here in this conversation, this important conversation. This is a very challenging moment, and it is a distinctively challenging moment. We, I think, are watching a situation where for years, people on both sides of the political spectrum have come to feel disempowered, to see our political institutions as non-responsive to them and their needs. And in the space of that alienation and disaffection, a lot of really toxic feelings, experiences, practices, social formations have emerged. So our democracy is very unhealthy. There wasn't a point in the past where we were ever perfectly healthy. In that regard, the work we have ahead of us is very much forward-looking. We are trying to create a healthy, multicultural constitutional democracy at a mass scale. This is actually something that hasn't been achieved in the world before. We have to understand the magnitude of the challenge, but also the human opportunity it presents. So in that regard, it is a hard moment. We have a lot of work to do, but the reward of doing it is really extraordinary. And I hope that can motivate us all to dig in and work on achieving a healthy democracy.
Yuval?
Thank you, Hari, and thank you for this conversation and for letting me be part of this extraordinary group. I very much agree with what Danielle said, and I think it's important to see that part of what is particularly tormenting our democracy now is a loss of self-confidence, a loss of the sense that our institutions can still work for us, that it's still possible for us to address problems. Some of that loss of confidence is justified. I mean, we really have had a terrible crisis of democracy in recent times. Obviously, it was manifested in the wake of the election in a president who refused to acknowledge the results and in the January 6th events. But it has been manifest in other ways. I think it's also important, though, that we see some of the strengths we do have that we tend to ignore or deny as we take on these kinds of problems. For example, American election administration, which we now kind of think implicitly is in terrible shape, actually came out of 2020 quite strong and has been quite strong for some time. It is easier to vote, which I think is a good thing, which it seems to me we all should think is a good thing. It is easier to vote than it's probably ever been in America. We have very, very little fraud in our elections. And so although both parties now are very worked up about dangers, whether it's too many ineligible voters voting, as Republicans seem to think, or too few eligible voters voting, in both those cases, that concern is not exactly well placed. We have to begin by saying our system does work. It can be stronger, and it can be made stronger if we do it together. But if we don't, if we treat it as another subject for our divisions, as another object for polarization to tear us apart, then we lose one of the great strengths that can enable us to rise from these challenges. We have to first recognize that there are things our democracy does well and build on those to address the things we're doing poorly. And at the moment, I think that crisis of confidence makes it very much harder for us to take on the genuine crises and real problems that our democracy does face. I also want to stress one thing that Danielle pointed to, which is that this is, in a way, an unprecedented challenge. We are trying to become a functional, multi-ethnic democracy on a vast scale. And that really hasn't been achieved before. The United States has done impossible things before. The United States of America is the first successful colonial revolt in the history of the human race. And we're going to need to be the first successful mass multi-ethnic democracy if our country is going to thrive. That's an enormous challenge to take on. But we have to recognize that we have been in the past of people who can take on enormous challenges. And if we work at it together, this can be done.
Jill?
Yeah, I agree about the crisis of confidence, but I think we might also add to that an acknowledgement of the experience of suffering, right? That I think there is a sense in which, the skin is gone, the muscle is gone, we are down to the bone somehow, that still this sort of exquisitely visceral sense, given the scale of the crises and the challenges that the United States and the world confronts just at this moment in historical time, between climate change and climate catastrophes and the pandemic and widening income inequality here and around the world and the ongoing struggle for racial justice, that there's a sense of the scale of the problems and then our capacity to solve them, they're completely out of whack. And so in that gap between the two, there's a great deal of suffering and a lot of anguish, right? That's sort of kind of beyond, I completely agree with you all that, the crisis of confidence, but that's driven by the experience of suffering. And so I think that one way as a historian that I do think about the problem is because your question sort of had to do with how unprecedented is this, have we confronted problems of this magnitude and solved them in the past? And yes and no. And here's where, to underscore what both Danielle and Yuval have said, that this particular challenge around constructing a system of government, really reinventing our system of government and our civic culture, is a problem that we have been engaged in, I would say, since 1965, right? That's when, with the Voting Rights Act, the United States, for the first time in its history, was what we would term a fully functioning democracy, right? I think we talk about American democracy somewhat glibly, as if the country has been, consistently democratic, but the country disenfranchised large numbers of its citizens until 1965. So if we think about that era, then sort of 1965 to 2021, this is the period in history to think about what went wrong. What, when we finally were a fully enfranchised political community, did we fail to do? And what are the ways in which entrenched institutions tried to hold on to power and not divest themselves of powers? And I think those are some of the sort of structural questions that we have to address in order to think about how to go forward. And I agree, there's all sorts of experimentation going on. A lot of people have great to-do lists. I think, what we need is how to do lists right now, right? Like, what are the things that can work to tick off the things that really need to be done?
Jill, I know you've studied and written about polling and the impact of public opinion. And I wonder if that crisis of confidence, or at least the perception that democracy is on the ropes, how does that translate, say, generationally? If you grow up in a time where, whether it's accurate or not, that this is the perception of our form of government, say if you're a millennial growing into this, do you have a different relationship with what you think you can do to change things for the better? Do you end up saying, resign to, this doesn't really affect me, that's just a system that doesn't work?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, the term perception hack has entered our parlance in the last few years, with regard to what you've all had to say about elections. Russians didn't actually need to meddle in our elections. They just needed to convince Americans that they were meddling in our elections, because then you win, right? So the sowing of that lack of faith in institutions is something that I think historically during the Cold War, the Soviet Union was doing to us, but we now do to ourselves routinely, right? That's one of the ugliest features of polarization, is how much mileage you can get politically, especially in a political campaign, by destroying faith in institutions, by attacking your political opponents as enemies of the nation's own institutions. So I think that actually journalism has a lot to answer for in that regard as well, right? There are many different ways in which I think all the institutions that are attacked for undermining faith in institutions are participating in their own self-undermining, right? So I do think there are real consequences to that. And the ways in which we have failed to be honest with ourselves, each in our own roles, as academics, as journalists, as politicians, as political candidates, as citizens, as voters, is where the problem lies. Because I think it does kind of come down to the institutions that do talk about institution building, looking first at themselves.
You've studied the I word, institutions, and written about it a great deal. I mean, what happens when we think that the institution itself is creating a set of rules to keep us disenfranchised, that structurally and systemically, whether it's the press, whether it's the military, whether it's our legislatures, that we don't have access to be the agents of change that, in a way, we're promised is part of being in this democracy?
I think that's really the question of the moment, an enormously important question. In a sense, we all know we're losing faith in institutions. That's kind of a cliche by now. But what does it actually mean to say we're losing faith in an institution? What is faith in an institution? I think one key to answering that question is to see that our institutions form us, that they form the people within them by organizing a group of people around some common aim or aspiration into a shape that can be effective in the world. An institution forms those people, their habits, their character, their soul. And we trust an institution when it seems to form people who are trustworthy, who have our interest at heart, or who take the idea of integrity that defines that institutional purpose seriously. Our loss of trust in institutions, I think, is rooted in a loss of the sense that our core institutions in America really do that now. Too often, they seem less like molds of character and more like platforms for people to perform on, to be seen, to build a following, to build a personal brand. That's what a lot of members of Congress do now. That's what a lot of professionals seem to be in the business of doing now. And it's very hard to trust them when they behave that way. It would be easy in that situation to just say, well, then, to hell with them. We don't need them. Burn them down, tear them up, drain the swamp, defund them. But the trouble is we actually do need functional institutions in our society. And it's actually the people with the least power in our society who most need functional institutions. People with a lot of resources are going to be fine, whatever happens. It's people without a lot of power, without a lot of money, without a lot of access, who need strong institutions to protect them, to empower them, to represent them. So the fact that too many of our institutions have failed us means that we need to restore them, to renew them, not just to reject them. And I think in this moment, our politics, which is a very populist politics in different ways on the left and the right, is having a lot of trouble arriving at a vocabulary of restoration like that. We have a very powerful vocabulary of rejection. But the question is, how do we rebuild? How do we restore? How do we build new institutions that could serve to address new problems? We don't feel like this is a moment for that. And I do think, to take your question about generations, I think there's an enormously important generational component here. where younger people looking at our politics now see quite a lot of elderly people in power. And, I don't want to say this in the wrong way, but our president is 78. His predecessor was 74. The Speaker of the House is 80. The Majority Leader of the Senate is in his early 70s also. And I wish them all long lives and good health. Don't get me wrong. But there is a desperate need for some generational transition in a lot of American institutions to help people have the sense that they are empowered, that the future can be different, because it is in the hands of people who are fundamentally future-oriented. And that's just a terrible need that is not being met right now by a lot of our institutions.
Danielle, let's take a case example about sort of the racial reckoning that has been happening since last summer. And in ways it seems to flare up, whether it's a specific incident or whether it's a specific kind of conversation that's happening in different kind of micro communities. And most of the time, there seems to be this detachment that I don't really know what I can do to change any of this. The institutions don't seem to be receptive in the first place, or they're not even speaking the same language about what we hear on the street and what we feel.
Well, I think that here it's an important thing to clarify what the goal is. I'm going to disagree with Yuval's formulations and actually make a case that this disagreement is important and matters. We do have a habit of talking about the need to restore or renew, and I think we cannot fundamentally make progress if we start from that understanding of the goal. The reason is simply that for many, many people, institutions have not worked for a very, very long time. And so by definition, if we propose a project of restoration, that it will be understood by people as a defeat from the get-go. So without any question, the thing that we have to do is achieve something that we have not previously achieved. And yes, that does involve healthy institutions, but healthy institutions of a new kind than we've had in the past. And Jill spoke to this specifically. We really have to achieve an entire civil society structure that's about power sharing, and that is about power sharing across the many different kinds of communities that we have in this country. When I listen to people involved in the movement for Black Lives, they have produced an incredible organizing structure. And indeed, that organizing structure includes a lot of policy innovation, also operating at very local levels, and people are moving policy changes forward. For example, in Houston, the effort to build an alternative to the 911 system, which is a sort of system that is a call to get people access to health services or mental health services in the first instance, rather than to policing services, a real redirection of basic policy and institutional process. So the point of saying all that is that people are working to build institutions. There is actually a real energy and effort underway, and understanding of the value of institutions, but also clarity that the goal here has to be achieving institutions of a new kind, a kind that put power sharing at their heart, that put a value on participatory elements, that put a value on responsiveness, community engagement. You think about organizational structure, and sometimes people think that participation is about just consulting with people or informing people, but actually we have to focus on engaging people, co-ownership of decision-making and planning processes and things like that. And, again, there's a lot of work, but we have to cast it in a forward-looking way. I don't think the energies are just sort of flaring up and receding. I think we're actually currently living through what will prove to be a really seismic organizational overhaul of our society. And that's a good thing. It should enable broad human flourishing for all of us.
Danielle, you and Yuval, I want to point out to the audience, you were part of a product from the American Academy of Arts and Sciences called nothing less than Reinventing American Democracy for the 21st Century. And I want to make sure that our audience gets a sample of some of the ideas that you think are in there, that are concrete, that are achievable. Danielle, you go first, and you've all pick up on anything that you might have left off.
Well, there are 31 recommendations, and it's impossible to have a favorite. And our view is that they have to interact in those sort of virtuous circle, linking healthy institutions and a healthy civil society to a healthy civic culture. But despite that, I'll go ahead and just call out two things. One is a recommendation that government at all level build in more participatory elements to increase responsiveness and constituent engagement. So that's a key piece throughout. I also think a really important one is the recommendation that we go ahead and move forward universal voting, a la Australia, to make voting duty on par with jury duty, something that we understand is our responsibility to participate in. I think this is critical at this point in time because it is a way of leapfrogging the questions that we now have about voting access. And turning the technical question about voting into one about how do we get ballots into everybody's hands safely and get them all turned back in safely. But we need to reaffirm a commitment to universal suffrage in this country. And I believe the way to do that is just by go ahead and embrace a policy of universal voter duty.
Okay, Yuval, from the list of 31, any other ones that leap out at you?
Well, thank you. I'll try to get specific too. And let me just say it was an enormous privilege to be part of this. And Danielle was more than just a member. She was one of the leaders and organizers of this project, which I think offers a lot of ideas that can help us think about how the future can be built for Americans. I guess one recommendation I would point to beyond those that Danielle suggested is a recommendation to expand the size of the House of Representatives, to allow the House to grow with the American population, as it did regularly until the early 20th century, so that each member represents fewer people, that there's more direct representation. But more importantly than that, the expansion of the House could be a kind of instigating reform that would allow for a series of other reforms to happen that would create a moment of action, both for electoral reforms in the states, things like ranked choice voting, multi-member districts in the House, and for institutional reforms in Congress. By changing the size of the House, it's a kind of shot in the arm that moves people to think maybe things can change. It would also help to balance the electoral college, since each state's number of electors is a function of its congressional delegation. So in a lot of ways, it would be a move to modernize American democracy and help us step into the future, while also waking us up to the possibility that other changes are possible too. That within the framework of the Constitution, without needing to amend the Constitution, there are a lot of changes we can make that could help the system work better for us. And I think that's the spirit in which we need to think about the coming years.
Jill, when you look back, I know you wrote a piece a while back, the last time democracy almost died, right? But the last time democracy almost died, we didn't necessarily have a pandemic that brought into stark relief these gross inequities that we're seeing play out on not just the public health front, but the sort of what is an essential versus expendable worker front. So what are the potentials that you see from this horrible moment where more than 500,000 people, Americans, have died from this, that we can take and say, here are the core kind of lessons from this pandemic that we need to inject into whatever this future democracy looks like?
Well, I guess I might push back a little and question whether the suffering in the Great Depression wasn't really quite profound. It's not a global pandemic, but the kinds of losses that families sustained is really, I think, fairly unimaginable by us today. And I think it also exposed in the 1930s the kinds of inequalities that have been exposed new to people who maybe hadn't been bearing witness to them in the past. I think that one thing that's really quite different about the 1930s, though, is the way the culture as a whole was oriented towards celebrating ordinary people. We live in a culture that celebrates celebrities and the famous and the rich. And that has huge consequences for our capacity to really embrace the kinds of reforms that Danielle's work on the American Academy of Arts and Sciences Committee recommended, right? Like the democratizing, fully taking seriously the obligation, the challenge of universal suffrage, the recommendation to have the House of Representatives actually represent us in a truly meaningful, quantitatively meaningful way, in a proportionate way, as it was intended to do. These are, for all the populism of our politics, we're actually pretty opposed to ordinary people as a culture. So that spirit of, you turned on the radio and heard stories about ordinary people all over the country, and people felt a sense of common weal that we lack as a matter of civic culture. And the reason that we lack it is because we don't have it. It's not an illusion, right? So I think people's anxiety about looking at the COVID death rates and seeing it offered to you on a daily basis in visual form, graphically, the differential rates of suffering, of the likelihood that you will contract or die from this disease or suffer vast economic consequences from the dislocations of the pandemic, are really, they're not evenly spread. The burdens of this of this catastrophe are not evenly spread. So we see that and we know that. And I think the challenge is to take that and not say, oh, I have to get mine. Like I have to jump the queue or I have to not suffer in this way. But the challenge is to say, we are all suffering now. And your suffering is my suffering. That spirit is something that's a really hard thing to inculcate when everything in our culture runs the opposite direction. I guess I just wanted to add one more thing, though, to the kind of to-do list from the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, 31 recommendations, which I think are fantastic. But I think all of them shy away from the possibility of ever amending the Constitution. And I think that's a deformity of our constitutional system that we can't just roll over with, right? Like we can't just say, well, we really need to do this, but that would require constitutional amendment, and therefore it can't be done. I think we actually need to really begin to imagine we can do that, right? The Constitution has been rewritten. You know, it was written in 1787. It was rewritten during Reconstruction, and it was rewritten during the Progressive era. It is time to rewrite it by way of amendment. And that, in fact, can be done. It's not an unamendable document. It's sort of, we've become accustomed as a culture to accept the kind of inevitability of that, but it's not inevitable, right? Like if we had people voting and we had better representation, I'm sorry, but you know, I actually think that needs to be on the table, because otherwise we're saying to young people, yeah, well, we have this Constitution from 1787, but don't even think about trying to amend it. That can't happen. That has to be on the table.
Danielle?
Can I speak to that? Thank you. So we do have a constitutional amendment in the recommendations, and this is a very important point. And your point, Jill, is correct. I mean, we have to be ready to amend. It has been a very long time since we've amended, a longer than usual period of time since we've amended the Constitution. We did want to make judgments about where was the place where that was the necessary step versus the place where you could pull other kinds of levers. So the one constitutional amendment that we recommended relates to the issue of campaign finance. And it would be a constitutional amendment to undo the implications of the Citizens United Supreme Court decision. And Jill, you'll be very happy to know that work is underway. There are organizations around the country that have drafted an amendment and are working on moving it forward. In Massachusetts, I think it was in 2018 that the citizens of the state, by a supermajority vote, passed a ballot proposition to bring in a citizens commission to work on the issue of campaign finance. And that Citizens Commission has indeed recommended ratification of 28th Amendment to change the terms of Citizens United. So I am quite confident that over the next few years, we will see an effort to amend the Constitution moving forward.
Can I say one more thing on that too?
Yeah,
I think it's enormously important to think in these terms, because the invitation to think about amending the Constitution is an invitation to think about working together. It requires a supermajority, almost a consensus on a key public question. It's hard to do, but it's the kind of hard thing to do that calls on us to act together, rather than to imagine that after the next election, I'm not going to have to deal with these people I don't agree with anymore, and then we can do everything we want. We have to begin from the premise that there are differences, there are disagreements, but there are also ways for us to find avenues of solution, avenues of addressing our problems that can draw us together and bring large majorities of Americans to understand that a change is needed. Seeing that as a possibility, and again, not just taking for granted that where we're stuck is what we have to live with, is absolutely essential if the coming years are going to be a time of reform, which I think they have to be.
So we've got about 5 minutes left, and my last question to you all, and I'll start with you, Jill, is what's your advice to President Biden? I mean, it seems that, you know, in the moments after 9/11, there was a unity in this country, at least for a few weeks, where now this crisis, unfortunately, because it's been so long and slow, perhaps that's the reason we don't have that same thing. But if he was able to harness this potential collective will to move forward, what would you ask him to focus on?
You know, I guess I think Biden's doing a very good job, and I kind of don't want more of the president in our frame of view. I think that we have become fixated on the office of the executive. I hold presidential biographers and journalists responsible in large part, not just the office of the executive itself. I think we have collectively contributed to a giant swelling of that office and its place in our imagination, not only the powers exerted by the office, but the attention that we give to it. So I I think Biden is working very hard, and I like that he's working not really in full view. I think if there are public acts that he can do beyond the policy making, I would like to have the opportunity for children, when they have a day where they have to go to the auditorium and watch something that's going on in the Capitol. I would like it for it to be the president getting advice from people, from community organizations. Say, I would like kids to be able to see the president listening to the people. That's a piece of political theater that I think the nation really needs.
All right, Yuval?
Well, I very much agree that we've become too focused on the presidency, and along with historians and journalists, I think I would blame Congress for that. Congress it has allowed itself to become too much of a secondary institution. And I think there are ways for Congress to reassert itself by enabling itself to function as an arena for accommodation and deal making as it is intended to be. And maybe there are ways for the president to help there. I mean, President Biden is a president with a unique amount of experience in the legislative branch. He spent most of his adult life as a member of Congress. And I would say that he ought to look for ways to enable Congress to be a bigger part of the governing of our country than it has been, as big a part as it's supposed to be. And to do that by trying to work with some members of both parties, as I think he's personally inclined to do. Obviously, the circumstances make it difficult, and both parties are making it difficult, without question. But I think if there was something that I would want to see him trying harder to do, it might just be that.
Danielle?
It's funny because I also was going to say something about shifting the focus away from the presidency. I was going to say build on strength. And we have two areas of strength in this country. 70% of Americans still trust municipal government. And there's also the fact that if you look at our ballot proposition votes around the country, it's astonishing how often those are supermajority votes. So we should really look to local government, to the issues that we've converged on in a supermajority way. And we should build on those things, build coalitions out from there, invite those problem solvers who are getting good things done for their communities to take leadership roles, lift them up, elevate them, let them lead.
All right, Danielle, Alan, Yuval Levin, and Jill Lepore, thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Kai Wright. I'm the host of the United States of Anxiety from WNYC. We're both a podcast and a radio show. And I am also the host of this conversation we're about to have about the intersection of art and democracy, but in particular, the intersection of poetry and democracy. For me, one of the places where it intersects most, where all of these things come together most, is in bringing my full self to my political thought and my political engagement. That's what democracy is, after all. And it's easy to show up to those with just your heart, or just your mind, or just your soul, but to bring all three. That's what art helps us do, to engage on all those levels, and that's what poetry in particular helps me do. I learned this in a perhaps unexpected way. I learned it on Twitter. It's not a place that many of us think about for coming together, let alone bringing our full heart and soul. But that is where I found it as a consequence of the fact that I have filled my Twitter feed through happenstance, accidentally. I filled my Twitter feed with a bunch of novelists and historians and poets. And so there are some mornings where I, like most journalists, will sit down at my computer and go looking for the latest news and be on Twitter, and instead be finding myself just kind of picking that scab of bad news, picking that scab of like frustration with other human beings. And somebody on there, particularly on the days when there is like a lot of bad news, somebody on there will say, hey, cut it out, stop this, go read some poetry right now. And that's how I came across Jericho Brown, for instance. I was not following Jericho Brown's work, I'm ashamed to say. And someone one morning was like, hey, go read some Jericho Brown. And I've now made that a practice. It's part of how I start a lot of my days, is I sit with poetry, particularly Jericho, but a range of poets, and try to bring my full heart, my full self into whatever is going to happen that day that we're going to do together, that I'm going to try to encourage people to do together through my work as a journalist. So that's what we're going to talk about for this segment. We're going to talk about the ways in which poetry can, in fact, bring us all together, bring our full bodies into a political conversation. And I am thrilled to begin that by introducing you to Richard Blanco and Mahogany L. Brown.
Hello.
Hi.
So any conversation about art and democracy, certainly poetry and democracy right now, I guess would have to start with the inauguration, given how big of a moment it was at Joe Biden's inauguration when Amanda Gorman offered her incredible reading. Richard, you have stood at that very same podium. You were asked to write and read a poem for Barack Obama's second inauguration in 2013. Can you give some insight of what that's like as a poet to be, both crafting and delivering that poem in that moment?
Sure, and I think that's right on topic for today. I think that was, for me, the genesis of really understanding the connection between poetry and democracy and public discourse or civic discourse. Just to be present and represent, not only bring my story and my narrative into this American narrative of our democracy, but also all the people I realized I represented indirectly or directly, I guess, all the emails I got from people just saying they felt for the first time part of this country. And until that point, I just kind of thought, well, I got to be honest. I was like, poetry's not for everybody. I didn't really understand the power that poetry could have when it's given that kind of platform. It's arguably the most public and perhaps one of the most, political, moments in poetry in America, where 40 million people are reading a poem. So, and it changed my writing, and it changed my sense of what poetry could do in the world, or my own role as a poet and in discourse, or as the civic role of the poet, if you will. And it was powerful for that very reason, because of just that feeling embraced by America, but also embracing America back, and understanding, most importantly, that the story's not over, right? That this is still a work in progress, that I have work to do, that we all have work to do in our own ways to keep on writing this story.
I have to ask, you said it changed your writing. How so?
I had never considered myself a political writer per se, simply because I grew up in a very politically charged climate of Miami. And so I guess being apolitical in a way is being political, but it just opened up a bigger question to me about home and identity, that was not just about my own Cuban Americanness or my queerness, but rather who are we as a country, right? And thinking about those there, it gave me permission in a way to dive into other spaces that I felt needed poetry, and that I could speak with, not for or to, but with.
Mahogany, I joked in my introduction to this panel that I have turned to Twitter for poetry. That's where I found the intersection of poetry and democracy, and that was an unlikely place. But actually, your work and your career, you've had a very robust engagement with social media in general, as a place where we exchange art and exchange ideas. And so I just want to ask you about that. You turned the idea of Black Girl Magic into a book-length poem. You wrote a book of love tweets. What have you learned about how art and poetry, and specifically, can interact with this space where so much of democracy takes place?
Thank you for that question. What I've learned is Twitter does not have edits still, turns out. You have to say what you mean, and if you don't mean what you say, you have to apologize for the thing, right? So if anything, I'm learning that the art that we put into these spaces needs to be with intention, and it's going to come with some kind of deliberation, whether you're ready for it or not. So what better way to have a conversation, to learn who you are, to learn what you want your poems to do, how you want your art to reach the world, than to have it exist online, where you come in touch with so many different walks of life, right? There is no one individual person or kind of person that you will meet on a platform like Twitter or TikTok or Instagram. Facebook is a little more curated, but those other spaces are wide open. So your conversation is going to be varied, vast, and sometimes it'll cut you down if you don't know what you're talking about. It will make you feel like smaller than when you began, if you don't mean what you're saying, right? Some people go in and they're strong and wrong, but I'm always interested in how the art evolves us. Is the art telling the truth, even if it's a truth that is painful to bear witness to? Are you upset about what you're witnessing? And if so, are you complicit? Right? So it's asking all these different things at the same time. And I'm okay with those hard discussions, and I'm willing to be wrong. I would rather leave room to grow than to think I'm right about every single thing. The art, specifically the poem, is the one place where we get to ask all the questions. The poem is where you ask the questions. How we deal with each other is a response to those questions.
It's so interesting that leave room to grow, and it feels like poetry is also a place that encourages me to leave room to grow. That's one of the places. What about art in general and poetry specifically as a mobilizing force? I wonder, Mahogany, because there's so many. I mean, I guess social movements have always used art as part of what brings people together in the act of, I consider a social movement an act of democracy. But it seems like the Black Lives Matter movement in particular, artists and poets, songwriters have been such an important part of the movement. I wonder just your thoughts on poetry as literally a mobilizing force in democracy.
What I love about poetry is that it's always been here. The ways in which your pastor speaks, the ways in which the leaders speak at the protest, all of those are employing poetic language, the figurative devices that we use in poetry. So poetry has always been. That's what raises your heartbeat. That's what gets the blood pumping. That's what makes you remember whatever memory it is, right? Like there's something attached to your ownness that will come back because someone says something like bodega. And if I say bodega in Brooklyn, Richard's going to get something from bodega in Miami. Feel me? And that's what you want to happen with poetry. We have to remember that poetry is not just a language of self-expression, but it is also it's riotous in its ability to give voice to those who have been silenced for so long.
Riotous. Ooh, riotous poetry. I love that. Richard, it's also a place for healing. You have turned to poetry in this way, or you have offered the nation poetry for healing in a couple of different environments. You've written poems about the mass shooting in El Paso, about the Boston Marathon bombing. It seems like you draw upon these moments in your work to sort of help society through trauma. Is that true? Is it something you're drawn to do in the first place, or did that just happen? And can you talk about how you think about it?
Sure. I mean, I think I've always come to the page. Many of us as poets come to the page first with our own sort of healing that needs to happen, right? And then that healing becomes public, and that healing becomes shared. And it's just like Mahogany was sharing with us, it kind of becomes like, oh, wait, you too. I think it was Jane Hirschfield that said something like, poetry is just a hand that says me too, right? And says, here I am. And we offer what we've learned from our lives as a gift to others in some ways, but also healing, and more in that sense of these more public poems or broader poems. Again, back to what Mahogany was saying, I've always felt that poetry has always been traditionally, since hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, the village voice, right? The thing around which people come together, the proverbial campfire, the song, right? And like music, it has the power to sort of do something collectively. And one of those things is healing through understanding, healing through reflection. Like Mahogany was saying, I mean, why do we go to church? Like to reflect. Yeah. So poetry can do many different things in many different contexts. And certainly this is one of them. How we can sort of just take a pause, reflect, heal, take inventory collectively. Not all my poems are that collective and that broader or aimed to have such reach. certainly I found, like I said earlier, I found there's great opportunity for poetry to do that, and has done in the past. But I think there's a time, there's a time now more than in my lifetime where we really need poetry in that capacity. Because there's a lot out there that we need to meet. We need to meet about it, like, meet at the poem.
Yes, meet
that's
at the
meeting
poem.
That's the meeting tree.
And I love that you said that about healing. I also believe healing is revolutionary. Who else love themselves the way poets find a way to love themselves? Even in the most downtrodden moments, there is this reclamation of space of who we want to be, of who we remembered ourselves as. And that is revolutionary. That text is revolutionary text, because how can you find love in the midst of so much oppression? How can you find love and hope and want some kind of like connection in a time of a pandemic, but through art? That's revolutionary at its finest.
Whew. Well, that feels like an appropriate segue to hear some art, because we are still in the middle of this pandemic. I've had a pandemic heavy day, frankly, and I think I could use some healing. So, Mahogany, would you be willing to share a piece of your work off of that thought?
I would love to. Thank you. I'm going to read a poem that I wrote for Sister Sonia Sanchez, and it's in 3 parts. The first is a cento, which is creating a poem from lyrics already written. And these are all lines from poems, her poems that changed my life. And then the second is, of course, the thesis. And then the third is the response. 1. Forgive me if I laugh. You are so sure of love. You are so young, and I am too old to learn. Can you tell the morning stars, the air so sweet, river dark with sound, speech, and breath? Can you tell the stars and the ocean, she is a holy one, leaving trail of witnesses smiling. Amen. A woman. Our braided spaces, glass gone mad, yellow razor thin light, shiny sugar and pure woman, conceal a symphonic shudder, 1,000 sermons, conjugated pain. Wild stars, southern eyes bloom in the night. We taste the blue midnight, stars between my teeth. Black magic is you, caught in my voice. It is a wild sea. Love shifts the air and we blossom black. Picture a woman, her spine, her rotating the earth, her leaning into our birth cloud eyes, jumping rivers, inhaling moons. Imagine her, free. 2. I known I was worth the snarl and spit. This name, this black girl gone, black woman arrival. I ain't never known I was worth fighting for until I read a Sonia Sanchez poem. 3. We roll up sleeves and bend from the knees. We sing beneath our breath, it's gonna be heavy. We still swing big despite the justice system of letdown, and we still show up on time. We arms open, we hands open, we hearts open, and we love the way we fight. Until empty, until sun replenishes, until laughter fills the well, until a black baby grows without fear, we return to the front line. We hammer, we hatchet, we ready and ready to love a life, we ready and ready to rock a stone cold gaze into dust. The black girl you watched harassed is someone's daughter. The black woman you watched berated is someone's daughter. There is no redemption in swinging out of your weight class. There is no glory in the demise of our black women. We be the daughters. We be the bridge makers. We be the pot servers. We be the cleanup crew. We be the aunties. We be the writers. We be the spell weavers. We be the holiest of holy. We pray for you. We double-edged women, we gather like a fist of freedom papers. We coal of storm and glory. We a country surrounded by ghosts. We pray for ourselves. We watch our sisters pray for we blessed in this knowing. We Black palms open and up. We Black spirit and divine. We ain't never been steel bars. We ain't never been glass ceilings. We ain't never shuck. Now we saunter. We saunter. We saunter the testimony. We clean. We clean. We clean the spirit. We manifest. We manifest. And we ain't leaving. I said, we ain't leaving till we choose. We be the daughters. And we got root work to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Richard, would you also share a piece?
Sure. First of all, amen, a woman. That's good. Thank you for that. I'm inspired by that to read also sort of a poem to another woman, much closer to me, my mother. Couple of things about this poem. This was the White House had actually asked me to write 3 poems for the inauguration. So I thought, since we started the conversation, I'd read this one. What Mahogany's poem says to me too also is that poetry is a way of having a conversation with the past, the present, and the future. In this case, through Sonia Sanchez. In this case, through my mother's story, a woman who left her entire family behind in Cuba for the sake of the ideals and promises of this country, and letting us see this country through her eyes and thinking about how we might to step up, what we need to step up in order, now we kind of know what's more at stake than when I wrote this poem. So here it is, Mother Country, or Madre Patria. To love a country as if we've lost one. 1968, my mother leaves Cuba for America, a scene I imagine after standing in her place. One foot inside a plane destined for a country she knew only as a name, a color on a map, or glossy photos from drugstore magazines. Her other foot anchored to her platform of her patria, her hand clutched around one suitcase, taking only what she needs most. Hand-colored photographs of her family, her wedding veil, the doorknob of her house, a jar of dirt from her backyard, goodbye letters she won't open for years. The sorrowful drone of engines, one last deep breath, a familiar air she'll take with her. One last glimpse at all she'd ever known. The palm trees wave goodbye as she steps onto the plane. The mountains shrink from her eyes as she lifts off into another life to love a country, as if we've lost one. I hear her. Once upon a time, reading picture books over my shoulder at bedtime, both of us learning English, sounding out words as strange as the talking animals and fair-haired princes in their pages. I taste her first attempts at macaroni and cheese, but with chorizo and peppers, and her shame over Thanksgiving turkeys, always dry, but countered by her perfect pork pernil and garlic yuca. I smell the rain of those mornings huddled as one, under one umbrella, waiting for the bus to her 10-hour days at the cash register. And at night, the of her sewing her own blouses and quinceañera dresses for her grown nieces still in Cuba, guessing at their sizes. And the gowns she sell to neighbors to save for a rusty white sedan. No hubcaps, no air conditioning, sweating all the way through our first vacation to Florida theme parks to love a country. As if we've lost one. As if we're you on a plane departing from America forever. Clouds closing like curtains on your country, the last scene in which you're a madman scribbling the names of your favorite flowers, trees, and birds you'd never see again. Your address and phone number you'd never use again. The color of your father's hair and your mother's eyes, terrified you could somehow, someday, forget these. To love a country, as if I was my mother last spring, hobbling, insisting I help her climb all the way up to the US Capitol, as if she were here before you today instead of me, explaining her tears, her cheeks pink as the cherry blossoms coloring the air that day, when she stopped, turned to me, and said, "You know, mijo, it isn't where you're born that matters. It's where you choose to die. That is your country."
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much for that, Richard.
My heart just lurched.
Our women in our lives.
Oh, so good. I love how you pay homage, but I also love like that final line. That final line is a cliff dive. Like, oi, you don't even realize the choices you make until, until you're gone. And
Until
then
you're gone.
that too was country.
She's owned that. She's owned that. And
So
I always say my mother's more of an American than I could ever be in that sense. Because as we've learned, we sometimes take our liberties or freedoms for granted, and democracy is a very fragile thing. I hate this idea that we live in a democracy. No, we are working in a democracy. The democracy is not a one-off, right? It's got to be. It's work. It's constant. You don't
It's
get
a
there.
verb.
Check.
It's
done.
a
It's
verb, not a noun.
Exactly.
Yeah, like so
Yeah.
many things. There are so many verbs we have turned into nouns in our culture. Well, on that note, before I let you guys go, can I ask each of you just, we are in this really pregnant moment where it seems like we're either facing a moment of incredible opportunity to rebirth, at new things, at coming back from pain and doing something different as individuals and as a society, are at falling off the precipice. And it's not clear to me on one day to the next what actually the next thing is. And I wonder how that feeling shows up in each of your work. Just quickly as we wrap up, how are you bringing this current moment, the complexity of this current moment, into your art right now? Mahogany, why don't you start? You look like you've got something on top.
That's why I start laughing. I'm like, So I actually contracted COVID-19 in March, literally a year ago. And it took me, after the 2 weeks down where I thought I was not going to make it, it took me another 8 weeks to regain my sense of taste and smell. The one thing that came back first was my mind. It was so foggy before I couldn't even figure out how to get to the restroom. It was like that difficult. So what this time has informed me of, reminded me of, is that I don't have time to play with the niceties. If we are truly fighting for justice and verbs, right? If we're working for the verbs and not just the noun, then we have to do the work, and we can't be afraid of the blowback of what telling the truth might look like. So I've started writing with more fervor than I had before, I think. Before I was more concerned about, I don't want to be too rough and seem too, off-putting. And now I don't care. Like, if you don't like what I'm saying, okay, but I'm going to say it because I literally was on death's doorstep, and I recognize that me playing nice will not save us, right? Audre Lorde said, your silence will not protect you. And that has been on all accords. That's on all fronts, all of us. If we are silent, we are complicit. So I refuse to be. And now my art responds with that same urgency.
Thank you. Richard, closing thought on how this moment shows up in your work.
Sure. Definitely every ditto Mahogany. But the idea of being witness is so powerful in poetry too, and witness says so much. I'm always thinking, of course, what a year, right? Or well, what a few years, but I'm always thinking somewhat comically how when things are going good, right? Poets are looking like, what's going wrong, right? Like, what are we not looking at? And then when the S really hits the fan, we start looking for rays of hope, right? Of course, acknowledging the present. And so I wrote a pandemic poem, which was very hard to do because in a sense, I'm like, okay, I'm in the middle of this moving target. And so I had to search for hope, like Mahogany was talking about. So, how do we find love? How do we find strength in the middle of this insanity? And it was one of the hardest poems I had to write. So that's what I'm trying to do, is sort of like thinking about also being an emotional historian and recording this time, because I don't want us to forget. I don't want us to I don't want to forget, first of all. I want to take our lessons forward. Let's not, go 5 steps backward, next year once everybody's vaccinated and blah, 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 or whatever, how You know how it goes.
Mhm,
We can
mhm.
easily sort of slip back, and so I feel that providing some amount of hope is showing up, looking past the moment, but also recording the moments that we we don't forget the lessons learned or where we are right now.
Recording the emotional history and telling the truth no matter how hard it is seem like great places to stop and great things for us to take away. Thank you so much, Mahogany and Richard, for this time.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
This has been great. Thanks, Bo.
Yes, anytime and always. I want that pandemic poem. Let me see it.
I'll send it. I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you.
The world wants it, Richard.
Yes.
Hi, everybody. It's Savante Myrick here. I am the mayor of Ithaca, New York, and it is a real pleasure to be speaking with you at the 92nd Street Y. This is really the privilege of a lifetime. I only regret that I couldn't be there in person. Ithaca, if any of you know Ithaca, you know that we are located basically on the upper west side, about 4 hours northwest of Manhattan, and home of Cornell University, Ithaca College, TC3, wineries, breweries, gorges, lakes, and 30,000 of the smartest and best looking constituents any mayor could ever ask for. And I really appreciate the chance to talk about democracy. It's something I've been thinking and working on a lot, both in my role as mayor and also my role of a director of People for the American Way Foundation, where we encourage young people to run for office, to take holds of the reins of power in their own communities, from school boards, city councils, county legislatures, state legislatures, and with really good reason. I want to talk to you about those reasons, if I could, which for me always goes back to potholes and couches. Potholes and couches as a portal to a more democratic world, to a world in which people engage with and trust the outcomes of democratic processes. Now, for me, you might say, what does a pothole have to do with how people vote? What do couches have to do with the large multinational agreements that we have to build if we're going to combat climate change? Well, I'll tell you a bit about where I see the rubber hitting the road. You know, here in Ithaca, it's been my privilege to be mayor for the last 10 years. I was on the city council for 4 years before that. I was elected when I was just a junior at Cornell University. A lifelong dream of mine is to fill people's potholes and to help them out because of the way I grew up. Now, I was raised in poverty. My mother worked very, very hard, but my father had a substance use disorder. He was incarcerated several times, in and out of treatment several times. And right before I was born, he actually left with the rent money, never returned. So I ended up spending the first 6 months of my life in a homeless shelter, the first 8 years of my life in and out of homelessness. And what became very clear to me was the power of collective action, because I watched it all around me. I watched the church group. I watched the teachers union. I watched the neighborhood associations that were looking out for me, my two brothers, my sister, and helped raise us and send us all off to college. I recognized that people working together towards a goal can be successful, will be successful. And so I was sold on democracy and government because I watched my life get better every single year. Now, not everybody has that experience. And what I recognized pretty quickly is that when you are in government, the number one problem you can have, the number one barrier to your success is not how much money you have. It's not even the quality of your ideas, because believe me, I would have been out of luck a long time ago. It is how many people can you get to work with you? How many people can you get to stand shoulder to shoulder with you in those committee meetings and those hearings? And that is a function of how hopeful people are versus how pessimistic they are. And when people are hopeful, there's really nothing you can't do. But when people are cynical, when they're pessimistic, there's nothing you can get done. And so this is where the potholes and the couches come in. I remember I was actually sitting in an exchange program. I was in Brussels, speaking to heads of state. And I got an email from a constituent that saw that some college students had placed a couch on the sidewalk, right? And that they'd been day partying there or something. And the couch had been there for 3 days. And I first thought to myself, I said, geez, I'm here in Brussels. We're talking about the relationship between, in the West, this transcontinental relationship between the US and Europe. Is this really important right now? And so I marked it as unread so I could get back to it later. I put my phone down. But it was really irking me for some reason. And I realized after half an hour, I was like, this guy doesn't care about the transatlantic relationship. He doesn't care that we build these multilateral agreements, but maybe he would if he believed, right? And he believed enough to send me that email. But if he believed that working together, we could solve the immediate problems in his neighborhood and in his life. So I picked the phone back up, emailed them back, copied the folks from Streets and Facilities. They got down there and they removed that couch that day. What we need now, look, is that going to transform the world? No. But what we need are elected officials at every level, particularly the local level, who will attend to and who get interested in and jazzed up by, as I do, the opportunity to fill more potholes, to remove those couches from those streets, to make life actually better in small but concrete, visible, tangible ways, times a million, right? We need mayors, city council members, school board members all across the country who are proving that the outcome of democratic processes is progress for you. If we can do that, if we can build better elected officials at the local level, then we can deliver on the large aims of democracy, fairness, equality, justice, longer, healthier, more prosperous lives for everybody in our country and in the world. And that's why I'm committed, and I hope that you will, in your lives and in your capacity, encourage more young people in particular to run for office. Because young people have what is so sorely needed in those halls of power all over the country right now, which is they have energy, they have creativity, and they have a moral authority that can help chart a path towards a better future. A future that starts with a smoothed over pothole and ends with the Paris Climate Accords. I believe that's possible, and I believe we can get there if we all work together. Thank you. 92nd Street Y. Wish I could be there with you down in New York City, which is, as everybody knows, a small suburb of Ithaca, New York. Take care, everyone.
Hi, I'm Yvette Alexander, Director of Learning and Impact at the Knight Foundation. At the core of our work is our mission to foster both informed and engaged communities, which we believe are the bedrock of a healthy and representative democracy. A truly representative democracy is just that, one defined by the broad and representative participation of its people. Voting is our most fundamental form of democratic engagement, yet it's well established that those who come most often to the polls tend to be more affluent, more college educated, and whiter than the electorate at large. Knight Foundation's 100 Million Project was a study released in February 2020, a 14,000 person survey that explored barriers to participating in elections from the perspective of both our most active and our most disengaged voters. But it captured something that in hindsight was quite timely, a snapshot of voter sentiment about the legitimacy of our elections before the pandemic struck. Findings showed that many voters, even those who vote regularly, suffer from a lack of faith in the election system. Our survey found that nationally, before the pandemic, about 38% of disengaged voters said they were not confident that elections represent the will of the people. That figure dropped only 4% even for active voters, over a third of which still said they doubt the elections represent the will of the people. When asked why, the top reason given by disengaged or infrequent voters was that the system was in some way rigged or corrupt. The doubtful frequent voters were more likely to cite issues with the Electoral College or the idea that the popular vote doesn't elect the president. About half of respondents, both the disengaged and engaged voters, said they preferred that the Electoral College be abolished. When it came to confidence that the results of the elections are counted fully and accurately, only 21% of disengaged voters and 27% of frequent voters were very confident. This means that there were significant cracks in the foundations of public trust in our elections that 2020 served to split wide open. It's not surprising that we saw widespread doubt about the election results' legitimacy, and that now we are well aware of the challenge moving forward for how to build trust in this basic institution. In bringing to life concerns the public had about our election system predating the pandemic, which will likely endure in a post-pandemic world, we hope these insights can support new ways to energize a new generation of engaged citizens in the service of our democracy. And now, stay tuned for a conversation with folks on the front lines of ensuring elections are counted fully and accurately.
Thanks so much for joining us. I am David Becker. I'm the Executive Director and founder of the nonpartisan nonprofit Center for Election Innovation and Research in Washington, D.C. And I get to work with election officials all over the country and across the political spectrum to make sure our elections are as successful as they possibly can be. And I'm joined today by two good friends and two of the best election officials in the country who helped ensure that this past election cycle was the most accessible, secure, transparent, successful election that we've ever held in American history, despite tremendous challenges, and we'll get to some of those. So I'm very glad to be joined by Secretary Jocelyn Benson of Michigan and Secretary Brad Raffensperger of Georgia. And as we get started, Jocelyn, I'll start with you, and Brad, you can answer this after Jocelyn's done. We talk a lot about, we've lived in this COVID world for a long time, and we've lived through all of the disinformation about the election and everything else that's happened. But it seems like decades ago, before the pandemic, when we were actually planning for the 2020 election cycle and what we thought was going to be record turnout, which did happen. Can you set the stage and tell us a little bit about what was going on in your states back maybe in, up to January, February of 2020, or even the Michigan primary in March? So that we can kind of remember how our world's changed and how that affected elections.
Well, yeah, and it's great to be here with Brad and you, and because I worked closely with both of you, frankly, in different ways throughout 2019 and in early 2020 to really just prepare for what we already knew was going to be an incredibly heavily scrutinized, high turnout election cycle. And in Michigan, we were in a unique place because in 2018, voters voted overwhelmingly to amend our state constitution to create new rights for citizens that would be in place for the first time in those 2020 elections. And those rights included the right to vote absentee without having to state a reason, or in other words, the right to vote from home, and also the right to be registered to vote automatically when you get a driver's license or state ID if you're eligible to vote, and also the right to register to vote up to and on election day itself. And so there were a number of things we were implementing, preparing to implement, and preparing for voters to be able to take advantage of for the first time. And we did that by, and this is important because it set the stage for how we quickly adjusted and adapted to the new normal. We did that by bringing experts to the table. We convened an election administration task force that included Matt Masterson and federal experts on election security. And you, David, were the co-chair of that task force, bringing in your expertise through Eric and other organizations you've worked with and led and background that you've had. And we brought in clerks and others and just brought experts to the table to advise us on how to best implement all these changes, which serendipitously prepared us to really just up the ante and the sense of urgency once the pandemic hit and we had to take new factors into consideration. But we were already in a position of doing new things and listening to experts as we did them.
Yeah. And Brad, your state was already doing some of the things that Jocelyn was working to implement in Michigan, but you had some other big new things that you were trying to get in place in Georgia in advance of the presidential election, even before the pandemic hit.
Our big issue was getting our new voting system with a verifiable paper ballot. First time in 18 years, we have an election with a verifiable paper ballot. We had the old DRE machines, electronic voting. and we had to do a statewide implementation, all 159 counties. And we had to get that in place for the presidential primary. That was really, a federal judge was insisting no more DREs and get it done. So we had it all ready and we were good to go. Our presidential primary, I believe, trailed Michigan's by a week or so, and they pulled theirs off. But we were in our 3-week process in about a week and a half. And each day we're getting calls from the county election officials. Well, we have more and more poll workers that have called in sick today. They're not coming in because of COVID. And so we then had to do a shift, and we postponed the presidential primary. But because of our new system we said, those of you that have voted, we've secured your vote. And those of you that haven't voted, we'll add that to the June primaries that we're going to have. And that's when we'll pick that up. And that was one of the big issues that we were working on. But also, it's interesting, back in January, February, I was saying to everyone that I understand that we live in these contentious times. At the end of the day, I know that half the people will be happy with the results and half the people will be sad. But we want 100% of the people to have confidence in the results. And the one thing that did eventually give people more confidence in the result, I know that my party is still struggling with the results, but when we could actually have a physical paper ballot to recount. And so that really proved at the end of the day, it really stood up to why you have a verifiable paper ballot. But voting in the pandemic changed our election overnight.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things, it seems so obvious in some ways, but honestly, Georgia's shift to paper ballots was so important in this election. And one of the challenges there, most people don't know this about how elections work on state by state level and nationwide. Brad, the state of Georgia has 159 counties, the second most counties of any state in the country behind only Texas. And Jocelyn has well over 1,000, I think nearly 2,000 election officials throughout the state. Am I right about that, Jocelyn?
1,600, yeah, just about 1,600.
So local election officials at not just the county level, but in localities and towns and cities that run elections, and being able to coordinate this network of election officials in the state can be such a challenge. And Brad, you hit on this. Then the pandemic hit. And I'll go to you, Jocelyn, because I was with you on March 10th, which was the day of the Michigan primary, which was going pretty smoothly, given what was happening. But that's the day I will always remember that the pandemic really hit home for me, and the challenge that comes not just from trying to respond to the pandemic, but to coordinate all of the election officials and educate your voters throughout your states. Can you talk a little bit about that, Jocelyn?
Yeah, I think I'll say two things. And one, our first statewide primary in this new era of new rights for voters was our presidential primary on March 10th. And it went exceedingly well. We had really, again, implemented all these ideas and proposals and perspectives that these experts we convened for the past year brought to the table. We had already implemented automatic voter registration, and we were able to achieve our goal that day of having things run smoothly with minimal lines, and also collecting data to inform our administration of the 3 subsequent elections we had in Michigan last year, including, of course, the November election. So we were ready to go, and the polls closed at 8 p.m. I did a press conference at 9 p.m. I think, David, to quote you, you said, "I can't believe this is your first statewide election," which I was quite proud of. I had that validation from one of our nation's elections experts. And then at 10 o'clock, I got a call from my chief of staff, came into the office and said that the governor's on the phone and she's about to go live with the first 2 coronavirus diagnoses in our state. And from then on, everything changed. And we immediately began preparing for a new normal. Really, a number of states, Arizona and Ohio included, had primaries the following week. We were able to observe what happened in those states, and in Georgia and in Wisconsin, immediately identifying the poll worker challenges that Brad was talking about and launching a statewide recruitment effort to recruit poll workers that ultimately recruited over 30,000 new election workers throughout the year and leading into November. And I think the big thing was that we recognized that everything was changing and that we had a responsibility to ensure that even in a time of great uncertainty, we were giving voters the clarity and the confidence that the elections would happen that their votes would be counted, and they would have several secure options on how to vote. So we began building out these 3 pillars that guided our work. One is the infrastructure, making sure the election infrastructure was ready and investing in that. 2 was educating voters about that infrastructure so that they knew how to vote and had that certainty and clarity. And then 3rd was countering misinformation, which was really the biggest threat to election security that grew and escalated throughout the year. And those were the 3 pillars that guided us through the subsequent months as we made several different decisions to adapt and adjust all of our plans to run successful elections in the midst of a pandemic.
Yeah, so often people who don't live and breathe elections like the 3 of us think that election officials just show up on election day and put on an election, and they don't realize how election officials, and in particular, not just people like secretaries of state, but local election officials and their staff and volunteer poll workers are working, some cases 24/7, 365 days a year to get these things done, and you throw a pandemic into the mix. And Brad, I remember we were talking a lot during this time, and your primary was scheduled for later in March after, Michigan's happened on March 10th. I still remember March 11th very clearly. I think that was the day that Rudy Gobert of the Utah Jazz got diagnosed as having COVID, and they started shutting down the NBA. And for those of us who are sports fans, it really started hitting home at that point as other sports leagues started following suit. But it had a huge impact on elections, especially as you're just a few days out from your primary. Can you walk us through a little bit about what happened during that time and what ended up happening with the primary and some of the challenges you saw?
Well, initially, we were a week and a half into the election. The General Assembly then was suspended operations. So Georgia shut down. And here we were about 2 weeks into our early voting. And so what do we do now? Do we continue to gut through it and finish it up no matter what? We made the decision, we'll push it out to the May 19th primary. And then later on, we said, we're still not ready to handle an election for the primary and moving the presidential primary, the balance of that into that May. So it got pushed out to June to give us a few more weeks to get ready. But that's when we realized that absentee voting would be a larger. We have no excuse absentee voting that's been in place since 2005. And then we sent out, the Secretary of State's office coordinated to send out absentee ballot applications to all active voters in the state of Georgia, about 7.5 million active voters. We sent them out the applications. And what that did, it took the burden off the counties because the counties had no staff to really handle all the applications. And what you would have had, instead of it being a uniform process with our office sending it out, you would have had all the parties, candidates, and other outside organizations. You could have gotten 5, 6, up to 10 different applications, which would have just swamped all the county's ability to really respond to those applications. So obviously we had a big improvement or larger turnout in the absentee ballot process. Then we also secured Rumbeck out of Arizona to mail the ballots out because they were used to doing a large volume. Instead of a onesie twosie or picking up a couple counties, we did a statewide for the June primary to make sure that we could really handle that. So the counties did the processing of the applications, and then Rumbeck sent out the ballots, and it really worked well. A few counties did struggle just because they didn't have staff to handle those applications when they came in. And if they were emailed in, people were sending stuff in with TIFF files and all these other, instead of just a PDF. And that messed up some of the counties that said, we can't read that. And so there was a few hiccups like that. But by and large, we got ready for the June primary. We kept all options open. So you had 3 weeks of early voting for the June primary, day of election on June, and then also obviously absentee voting.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I mean, there was so much uncertainty in Georgia during that time because that was really coinciding. I mean, in many ways, states like Michigan had the good fortune of being able to complete their primary. I mean, the pandemic hit before the election day, but as you pointed out, Brad, voting had been going on for some time. So it was really in the middle of the election process that this was happening. And, we were, one of the things that struck me is as bad as the pandemic was and has been and continues to be, if, in some ways from an election perspective, we might have been fortunate in the timing that it hit during the primary process rather than if it had hit in, say, September, which would have been perhaps a total disaster. And I do wonder, there were so many things you were both doing in your states to make sure that you balanced access with integrity and confidence during this whole period of time. Both of your states joined the Electronic Registration Information Center, ERIC, and you mentioned that earlier, Jocelyn, which I helped lead the effort to create, which enables you to keep your voter lists more up to date. But you also, both your states reached out to 1 million eligible but unregistered voters and encouraged them to nearly 1 million to register through convenient, safe online voter registration, for instance, which was tremendous. What other things, I think about the work that I know you both did as post-primary to get ready for, Jocelyn, you had an August primary. You then had we had a general election. Brad, you didn't know if you were going to have Senate runoffs at that time. But I remember the work you did on trying to battle the challenges that the pandemic was putting in front of you to find appropriate polling sites and to replace, over 50% of your poll workers, many of whom were at risk because they were older. Jocelyn, why don't you start and you can talk a little bit about that. And Brad, I'd like to get your thoughts on that as well.
Well, yeah, I think we saw quite quickly, especially watching the experiences of other states. We saw, long lines in Wisconsin, in part because they had to shut down precincts because they couldn't staff all the precincts. So we immediately saw that the personnel matter that was, and that we and many others in customer service worlds were encountering and dealing with. And so at that moment, there were a lot of other people asking, how can I help? And we actually, it was the idea to really launch this sort of very unprecedented statewide recruitment of new election workers began just a few days after that March 10th primary, when a local college baseball coach texted and said, our baseball season was just canceled. How can we help? And I said, can you work some elections? And then they wanted to ask other teams who are in a similar situation. So out of that conversation emerged the Democracy MVP program, which recognized that in a democracy, our election workers are on the front lines. They are, and we needed them for our May election. We needed to prepare for August and, of course, November. And so we actually, began it through those sports partnerships that then evolved to partnering with the Pistons, that then evolved to the Pistons offering up their space and their facilities, that then led to State Farm Arena and many other basketball teams stepping up, like the Atlanta Hawks, and doing the same. And the whole thing just grew. LeBron James got involved in late June. So I say all that to say, that the heart of what we really experienced that manifested itself through so many 30,000 in our states stepping up to be election workers and filling that great need was that a successful election cycle and democracy really requires those partnerships, requires all of us working together and saying, how can I help? Particularly in moments like we were in this past year, but always. And in many ways, our ability to have a successful election throughout, actually 4 successful elections last year, was due in no small part to the thousands of people who stepped up to lend a hand and ensure every vote was counted and that the process was secure.
Yeah, Brad, Jocelyn's right. We know about the success of State Farm Arena in Atlanta, for instance, but I know you work closely not just with sports teams and the counties, but also, for instance, with corporate citizens and others to really to ensure that the needs of the pandemic, which required social distancing, which were going to require a lot more early and mail voting, were going to be that the voter was not going to feel those burdens placed upon them, that the voter was going to find themselves participating in a system that they found convenient and that they felt safe in. Can you talk a little bit about some of the things you did in Georgia?
Well, number one is probably poll worker recruitment. We needed to recruit more poll workers, ended up recruiting 30,000 new poll workers, which was huge. Also, out of the blue, a couple of ladies were very interested in what could they do. So they formed an organization that's really ad hoc, but they had leveraged their relationships with some major corporations. And so all of a sudden we had Home Depot, Coca-Cola, Delta, and UPS and other Georgia, icons reach out and say, okay, we can come with the plexiglass dividers, we can come with the mask, we can come with disinfectant wipes, things like that. Anheuser-Busch supplied a huge amount of disinfectant wipes for us. So it was just really a tremendous opportunity. And this was really this group of ladies that came, coming alongside of us in the counties to expand our ability to make sure that we had enough and appropriate personal protection equipment. Then we also started standing up some technology like Esri as a line management tool so we could see how long the lines were. We know that we made the national news in the June primary. If you read the headlines, you would have thought it was a disaster in Atlanta, but we have 159 counties. 139 counties in June had successful elections. But what I mean by that is they started at 7 a.m., finished at 7 p.m. Of the 20 other counties, 15 of those just had 1 or 2 precincts that extended out. But the other 5 did struggle. Fulton County was number 1. And so we needed new precincts, more equipment, deployed in the precincts, and we gave them tools to use so we could make sure that the counties had enough equipment for the number of registered voters that they could be expecting on election day. Then we stood up a line management tool to see how long are people standing in line. And then also, where were the tech workers, so we could make sure we could deploy a tech worker and get them there within 15 minutes if a tech issue arose during the day.
So let's fast forward now in the final 10 minutes or so that we have to election day, and we'll get to the aftermath of election day, but kind of the election day and the immediate aftermath, the counting of the votes and election and resulting of the results being reported out. How would you gauge your successes in the states from an objective perspective, as objective as we can be, in terms of knowing, like, eligible voters being able to cast a ballot, that the ballot was secure, that the results were accurate, and that all, because one thing I remember, this was one of the first presidential elections we've ever seen where we weren't talking about lines on election day. It's a huge success story. Brad, you're right. I mean, the stories after your primary, whether they're warranted or not, were about some sites that had long lines, and there were a few of them, but there was none of that on November 3rd and 4th. And that's not just in your states, but nationwide. Why don't we? I'll go to you, Jocelyn, first, and then to Brad. Talk a little bit about the success and what you saw in the immediate few days after election day.
Well, yeah, I think notably, as you mentioned, David, election day went extraordinarily smooth in Michigan and elsewhere, and we were in such a state at that moment, a mode of adapt, adjust, anticipate, right? Or I guess I should say anticipate, adapt, and adjust. And we're constantly anticipating, constantly planning for every potential contingency, because so many contingencies had indeed emerged and come to bear on that in this cycle. And so, we predicted, quite closely the number of people would vote, the number of people who would vote absentee. We built a system and we just use data and math to make all of these predictions. We built a system and an infrastructure to basically be prepared for that. And then we built an effort to protect that infrastructure, to educate voters about it and their options and and all their, so they can have faith in it. But then we built an effort to protect that process from any potential efforts to undermine it leading up to the closure of the polls. Mm-hmm. And so our focus was very much on leading up to the closure of the polls. And I think we saw such a smooth election in part because of that, not just in Michigan, but in other states. And then notably, we were very, as you recall, hyper-focused in Michigan on the fact that we were anticipating 2/3 of our voters would vote absentee. Those ballots could not be counted as they were, mailed in, just like, many states do. Those ballots had to just basically sit in a secure place and couldn't even be processed until election day morning. And so we knew it was going to take a lot of time to process through and tabulate those 3.3 million absentee ballots. And we basically looked at the math, how many machines, how many people, how many ballots. And the math told us 80 hours, which would take us through Friday, which many similar states, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia, also had that. And so then we knew that. And we knew that the space between when the polls closed and when we had the full unofficial tabulation of the ballots would be a space in which bad actors or nefarious actors would try to sow seeds of doubt or declare victory. And we're getting a lot of questions about that. What if a candidate declares victory on election night, even though not all the ballots will be counted? And so we knew that there was going to be some perhaps effort to undermine the process after the polls closed and up until when we had the unofficial results. And so we doubled, in some case tripled the number of machines and people and just tried to increase capacity behind the scenes, hoping to be finished sooner. And indeed we were. We were finished within 24 hours of the polls closing Wednesday at 9 p.m. We were able to have the unofficial results at around 4:30. The day after the election was when the networks began declaring the winner in Michigan, the unofficial winner. And interestingly, a lot of unrest began at that time. But up until that point, it had been smooth. And then I'll just end by saying, notably after Friday, which was when all the other states had finished, and I think it was Friday or Saturday morning when the winner of the Electoral College was declared unofficially, then the escalation just continued, as we all know, and it just kept escalating in multiple different ways that we hadn't, quite frankly, been focused on or prepared for. Although we were, mostly prepared, it was just the battlefronts emerged in lots of different ways. And I think that's why you saw such smoothness. We were really prepared for everything up to that point, but we hadn't to the same extent anticipated and invested in preparing for what would happen after a winner was declared. And again, that's where you saw a lot of challenges emerge.
Brad, I'm smiling a little bit because I'm just wondering, what if a candidate had declared victory on election night? We'll have to try to wrap our heads around that hypothetical. But Brad, I have thought many times after the election about the preparation that you and your team and the counties put into this election and making sure there were paper ballots that could be recounted and audited, that you had educated your voters, that you had educated and worked with your county election officials. The fact that you checked signatures on mail ballots multiple times, you brought the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in, that you counted the presidential ballots 3 times statewide, 3 different ways, once entirely by hand. I've often thought, what if that preparation had not gone into this process ahead of time? And can you talk a little bit about that and what the result was in, election day and in the days after the election, to make sure that from any objective, rational perspective, anyone could transparently see that the result was accurate?
On election day, for us, it went relatively smoothly. We had a few precincts open up late, but those were resolved by 9 o'clock, 9:30 at the latest. In the afternoon, our average wait time statewide was 2 minutes. And so we had defeated long lines. And so that was a tremendous accomplishment. But also then, as we got into the evening after the polls closed, it really started becoming apparent that the election was much closer than people expected. And then there were still many outstanding absentee ballots yet to be counted. And that's really when we started having our first inkling that this was probably going to end up, with the Democrat nominee prevailing over the Republican nominee, first time since 1992. But that's what we sort of understood late in the night. One challenge that we had is a few counties in Georgia, we did pass a special state election board rule that you could begin the process of scanning your ballots 2 weeks earlier, but you shall 1 week before. So you weren't waiting days and days and days, but it became apparent that a few counties were a little lax in following that procedure. But be that as it may, about 2 to 3 days afterwards, we had most of the counties all buttoned up on their final vote totals, and it was really counting their absentee ballots. The challenge with that, though, when you have a very polarized time, very tight election, and you have that uncertainty, what it starts building is that distrust and the confidence that people have in the election results. And that's really what I think we're the number one thing that we're fighting today in Georgia and really nationwide is restoring confidence in the election process.
Yeah, it's really remarkable. We live in a nation that is so narrowly divided in a partisan perspective, and yet there are people, and to be perfectly honest, they exist on both sides of the political spectrum, although they're a little more on the right side right now, who can't conceive of the idea that their candidate might lose in such a closely divided nation. And I think, a lot of us who have worked in elections know that, that if you look at your two states and the way that elections were conducted, everyone in your states had access to mail voting, early voting, election day voting very easily. Voter registration rates are very high in both of your states. Both your states do a very good job of making registration available to eligible voters. Everyone in your states has access to an auditable paper ballot, and those ballots were audited. And those processes aren't very different. In fact, they're almost identical to processes that we might see in states like Florida or Ohio or Iowa. And the only difference between your states and those other states are the margins are much closer. And that's obviously something that you don't have any control over. And that's, in fact, when the margins are so close, it's always struck me that the competence of the election officials we have to be particularly grateful for, because it is, whether it's if 10 or 11 or 12,000 votes or 150,000 votes, that's very different. We all think about Florida in 2000 with 537 votes and how narrow that margin is, and how closely kind of our confidence in our democracy hangs in the balance. I wanted to get, as we conclude, I wanted to ask you both, in the months after the election, I've talked to you both about this. You've both been public about this. You were among many election officials who received death threats, who had threats to yourselves, to your families, to your staff. You saw threats to local election officials, serious enough to warrant protection. I wonder if you have any thoughts about that, and also anything that maybe, viewers of this don't know about what happened and what you saw, any stories you might want to share, because I really do. I look at you both with great admiration. I have never had to run an election. I certainly never had to run an election that the nation's eyes were all on, that had very narrow margins, where partisan tensions were high. You both did this. This is both of your first presidential elections in office. It's truly remarkable. So if you have any thoughts on kind of the personal pressures you saw, or any stories you have during that time, I'd love to hear it. Jocelyn, you want to start?
Yeah, I think that there was a lot of camaraderie between the secretaries like Brad and Barbara Sagafsky in Nevada, and Katie Hobbs and I, and Kathy Bookvar in Pennsylvania, and just who are dealing with a lot of the same things on these websites that, with our personal information posted so that people could show up at our homes, and lots of threats and all the rest. I think there's the thing I'll say is that there were many threats and many incidents that were not reported intentionally. So I was never comfortable with them being reported at all, because you're just trying to protect family, self, democracy. You're in protection mode. And the more it's out there that these threats are happening, the more people get ideas, and the more copycat potential, there's more uncertainty emerges. And so I think, I was really both uncomfortable and also did not anticipate the amount of attention about the threats that occurred, particularly, as people showed up at my home, and it was actually, I remember when, I was quite disappointed to know that the news was about to cover it the day after, and then had to put out a statement, and then that statement became a bigger issue. And so I think when you're going through that, you certainly, the attention is not something that helps the situation from my standpoint, because you're mostly you don't want other people to get ideas. And indeed that is what happened, and that did need to lead to greater security. And of course, everything was escalating at that point up until what we saw January 6th. But the other thing I'll just add is that it was very clear to me at that moment on a Saturday night, where I'm trying to, give my 4-year-old a bath, and so that the water drowns out the voices outside my home so that he doesn't hear them and get scared, and finding all other different ways to kind of make sure he doesn't hear the increasingly loud bullhorn outside of my house yelling things like, you're a murderer and all these crazy things. That in that moment, it was very clear to me, and I felt very connected to not just my colleagues around the country who are dealing with similar things, not just my colleagues in Michigan who are dealing with similar things like our governor, but the people who come before us, who stood on a bridge in Selma, Alabama, facing down state troopers simply so that people could have a right to vote, and that this is the work. Protecting democracy requires not just vigilance, but a willingness to stand up against those threats, because that's what we've seen occur since the inception of our democracy. And so, once for me, my thinking shifted to, these folks aren't attacking me, they're attacking democracy, they're attacking our voters and the will that our voters articulated unequivocally at the polls. My protection mode went into simply protecting them, and my focus shifted not just to protecting my family, but also to protecting voters' confidence in the system, and that they knew no matter what attacks, and many continued and many, preceded that moment outside my home, no matter what attacks were levied at me, their vote was going to be secured, their voice was going to be heard, and I would stand guard to protect that system no matter what. And so, focusing on that, focusing outwardly and saying, don't worry, everyone, democracy will prevail, and instilling that confidence in everyone else was how I, dealt with all of those things that, again, didn't begin and didn't end that night that people gathered outside my home.
Brad, how about you? I mean, you've been so stoic in the face of these threats and very, you've been very focused on doing your job. Do you have any thoughts about the things you experienced, or any story that perhaps you haven't shared yet?
I think it's pretty much out there. People know that we had threats. I said this to a news reporter once. I knew that she was on the left side of the aisle, but what bothers me about this is I always thought that our side, we're the ones that wore the white hats. Now, I know if you're on the other side of the aisle, you all think you wear the white hats and we wear the black hats. I get that. But you always thought that, we could expect to have noble behavior, from our side. We talk about the Constitution, we talk about the founders, we talk about patriots. Well, then what we're really talking about then is George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Adams, the people that wrote the Constitution, Lincoln. But for us, our most recent person is Abraham Lincoln. And it's interesting, in 1981, when he took the reins of the presidency, he talked about how for 200 and some odd years, we've had that peaceful transfer of power. And the rest of the world looked at us as the icon. This is how you run a democratic establishment. It's America that sets the mark for the rest of the world. And we did set a mark this past time, and it was a black mark. And it's something that I think we all have to come together and work on and say, no, we will have a peaceful transfer of power, that we will have hard-won elections. We will make sure it's honest voting. And that's why, at the end of the day, we fought hard to make sure that we secured the vote and that we walked that line of integrity. And people have to understand that the voting really gets tabulated at the county level. And as long as you have personal integrity at the county level, we have 159 counties, then the election system is secure. And that's what we had in Georgia. I didn't like the results as a Republican, but those were the results. And we fought hard to make sure that those were the results that were then certified.
Yeah, Jocelyn mentioned the secretaries that were talking with each other and supporting each other. And what might not have been clear if you're not familiar with the secretaries, that they were a mix of Republicans and Democrats. They did not all vote for the same person for president or other offices, but they were all shared a commitment to a greater goal, which is to preserving and facilitating American democracy. It's one of the reasons I admire you both so much. I think about, at the county level, there were election officials like Tina Barton, a Republican in your state of Michigan, Jocelyn, and Adrian Fontes, a Democrat in the Phoenix area in Maricopa County. Election officials who were elected and were on the ballot, who stood up for the integrity of the election in which they both lost. And that kind of integrity, there were thousands, perhaps millions of heroes who helped save our democracy this last time around. We won't know many of their names, but I'm glad we know both of your names, and can thank you for that work. And voters in your state should be really grateful for all the work that you and your staffs and all of the local election officials have done. I think with that, we'll wrap it up. I've been very grateful for this time. I want to also thank the 92nd Street Y for the opportunity to have this conversation. It's a great opportunity to talk about some of these things, and hopefully we're on the path that you've both set for us for voter confidence, election integrity, and access for all eligible voters. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Craig Newmark again, customer service rep, and still Craigslist founder. We need trustworthy information to elect good leadership and to increase the confidence that we have in elections that are held fairly. We need people to protect elections, and that happened last year a lot by people who put themselves in harm's way. That includes a lot of election officials, and that includes a lot of people who protected elections infrastructure. Going forward, that means combating the spread of disinformation about elections and combating disinformation about public policies more generally. It also includes supporting journalism that fights against the amplification of disinformation. That means combating what they call both sidesism, where news outlets sometimes fake objectivity by bringing on spokesmen who they know will lie to the public. All this is about what I learned in U.S. high school history. A trustworthy press is the immune system of democracy. The immune system failed us in 2016. We did much better last year. Now we need to do even better than that, and we're going to talk about this now. Please join us for panels on technology and democracy and the role of the press. Thanks.
Welcome. I'm Emily Tish Sussman, host of the podcast Your Political Playlist, and excited today to have a conversation about technology, misinformation, and democracy. Here in the United States, technology plays a major role in our democracy. We have a few large private technology companies with an immense amount of power. The COVID-19 pandemic is a perfect example of challenges that misinformation plays in the digital age. After the insurrection of the Capitol on January 6th, we've seen renewed calls for further regulations from media companies and policing misinformation. To help us understand the misinformation, the platforms, and the spread of it, I'm honored to be joined by some panelists, Deborah Plunkett, Jeff Cow, and Jevin West. So Deborah, I want to start with you. For some of us, me included, when we talk about technology, we don't really realize there's two parts. There's the platform and there's the information on it. So can you walk us through this relationship and help us understand what has led to the rise that many have said it will weaken our democracy?
Sure. Well, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be a part of this great panel. So, the rise of technology platforms has really been exponential over the past probably 10 to 15 years. And when we talk about platforms, we're talking about the tools and capabilities to be able to communicate, largely on the internet. But think about things like Facebook and Twitter and Instagram that provide us with the enablement to be able to communicate. But then there's also the content. And that's the information that rides on those platforms that serves all kinds of purposes. I mean, it's the way we live, it's the way we work, it's the way we play, it's the way we communicate. And I distinctly remember, I guess, my goodness, it had to be in 2005 now. So that was quite a number of years ago, when our oldest son was going off to college, and he had a Facebook account. And I remember this because as a national security professional at that time, we were forbidden from having them. That was in 2005. But I got one anyway because I needed to know what my kid was doing in college. And now just think about today, how prolific those platforms are. So that's one side of the story, these tools that enable us to be able to communicate broadly and widely. The flip side, of course, is that information that rides on them and who is accountable for that information. Is it the individual who posts the information? Is it the owner of the platform? Is it a community at large that's largely maybe not so well defined? We are struggling with all of that now, particularly with the rise of disinformation on these platforms. When they first emerged, it was a great way to communicate, and I don't recall a discussion about, is it true? is it factual? We just used it to keep up with news and keep up with family members, and it worked quite well. Over the past couple of years, that dynamic has changed for two reasons. I think because individuals, entities, organizations realized how powerful those platforms are and began to use them to propagate information, whether true or false, about causes, about platforms that they wanted to represent. And then there are people, of course, who use it for malicious reasons in order to be able to sway public opinion and persuade people to vote in a certain way or believe in a certain way. And so that's created sort of the downside of that. And so when you talk about influencing our democracy, I think it's happening right now. Absolutely happening right now. And we struggle as a community, as a nation, as a global economy, to be able to understand and recognize the power of these tools, but also to understand and recognize when you can trust what you read and what you hear. So there you go.
This is going to be probably a complicated follow-up, but I want to ask you a quick follow-up. Can you just explain the last report that just came out that said that the Iranians and the Chinese attempted to influence the US election, but not flip votes?
Explain it well. I mean, it was an intelligence community. It was issued by the intelligence community, the Director of National Intelligence. And it, provided details, as much detail as it could be provided in an unclassified way, regarding the U.S. government's position and findings with regard to the way those particular nations had attempted to influence. And there are a lot of different ways to influence. You can influence, by masquerading as someone that you are not, and then using that new personality that's been created in order to convince a body of people of one position or another. And that's the most popular way. But you can also create communities of interest that appear to be large groups of people who have an established position, or it appears to have an established position, and use that. Again, it's all about causing people to believe something that is not true, and causing it to have enough credibility to actually sway public opinion and influence voting.
Well, Jeff, this leads directly into your work. ProPublica has tracked and analyzed more than 10,000 suspected fake Twitter accounts involved in state-backed disinformation campaign from the Chinese. Can you walk us through your findings and also what Twitter's response has been?
Yeah, sure. So I think this is a pretty good example of what Deborah's talking about, that, social media platforms give anyone a voice, right? And initially we thought that it would be sort of individuals who want to push a certain message, but as the social media economy has sort of become more sophisticated, it's become the case that essentially anyone with money and time can start up one of these campaigns, and the Chinese government, we found, did that throughout 2019 and 2020. And speaking of social media economy, I mean, it wasn't just the government. They actually put out sort of these like contract tenders looking for contractors, essentially PR firms, to help them push their message. And I think it's sort of a logical progression of how the social media economy has developed. These accounts are basically completely fake. They praised the Chinese government's handling of COVID-19 in the early days, and also tried to aid in other geopolitical goals they have. For example, mask diplomacy that the Chinese government had, sending aid to other countries in the early days, in the language of those target countries. For example, Italy, Serbia, and obviously, other geopolitical goals of the Chinese government. These networks also address that. So, for example, the protests in Hong Kong, which is how I actually first sort of stumbled upon these networks. And more lately, sort of, what the US government has called the genocide in Xinjiang with the Uyghur minority population. And one other example of how basically anyone, with a credit card can push a message. We did a follow-on story where we found the CNN host Larry King was actually paid through intermediaries to essentially record a video criticizing a political dissident of the Chinese government. I think, obviously, for Mr. King and his team is kind of a failure to vet, right? And a failure to sort of understand where it was coming from. But I mean, with enough money, you can sort of, push your message and also hide who's behind it. So I think that's very concerning. I think, I don't think, like, on the balance, it's necessarily a bad thing that people, you can directly reach people now with social media, right? But it's sort of given rise to a lot of sort of different problems. And, it's not, and at the same time, it's not like, Twitter has not responded to these issues. They regularly, find state-backed disinformation campaigns on their platform and post data about them so that researchers like me and others can look for more. But it doesn't really deter someone, particularly with a big checkbook, to continue their activities. I think the platforms often look at sort of deterring disinformation as an economic problem. They essentially say, hey, can we make the cost of spreading disinformation so much that it's not worth it? And I think it works great for things like scams, right? Things where the consumer is taken advantage of. But when there's a political actor with deep pockets, it doesn't work as well.
Jevin, what are the latest disinformation tactics we've been seeing, and how have those tactics been used around the COVID-19 vaccine?
So the tactics that we're seeing, and I think it applies to more than just the vaccine and COVID, of course, and that report that you mentioned, when we looked at disinformation tactics and misinformation more broadly during the election, one of the things that we started to see was, at least when comparing it to like the 2016 election, was that there were what we call repeat offenders, this emergence of a repeat offenders that were blue checked verified accounts. These were not accounts that were hiding behind some pretend like Jenna Abrams type of name obfuscation. It was like they were out there blue check, and they were continually violating platform policies and were continually amplifying content that they didn't even create. And so we see this broadly now happening, at least over the last, I think, several years, and especially with COVID. When it comes to COVID, there's so much misinformation out there that's created by good, honest, good faith collective, sense making, and all it needs is amplification from someone that has more nefarious intentions. So, like for the example in the election, some people were concerned about Sharpies, ruining their vote in Arizona, but really what happened was you have these major influencers on Twitter or other social media platforms, and they amplify that content, sliding it into these narratives that they've been pushing for 3 to 6 months. And you see the same kinds of things happening, of course, around the pandemic. With the pandemic, we've been tracking it since January 24th of last year, collecting, billions of tweets, and we track the kind of collective conversations online. And the things that we've seen around COVID is this sort of honest, not always honest, by the way, there is like real efforts to sort of create confusion and uncertainty within these environments. But I hate to say it, but one of the big spreaders of misinformation, disinformation was our own government a lot of the time. And that's a hard thing to say. But when you look at how much it was swamping some of the other tactics that were, of course, happening from bad state actors, et cetera, from people just trying to make a buck from that information vacuum, it really, in that case, it was more so from our government, and again from those major influencers online. And so these are the things we can't forget, that there are these people that are pushing disinformation campaigns. There are those foreign adversaries that are pushing these kinds of things, but and conspiracy theorists, again, that are trying to make a buck, but they're also homegrown kinds of domestic problems that we need to address as much as we need to address the foreign issues. At least that's what we found tracking pretty closely the disinformation around the election.
Deborah, given your experience in the federal government, do you think that the laws and policies are struggling to keep up with the technology?
Oh, no, without a doubt. Absolutely, without a doubt. I mean, you think about, and it's complicated. I don't want to necessarily give a pass. But it's not just a U.S. Issue. It's a global issue, and I think there are a couple of different reasons. Number one, when we think about the thing that we're talking about regulating most is something that's owned by no one, and it's the internet. And when you think about that in the context of technology that we're so dependent upon, not just for work and play, but for national security reasons, things that are really important to us as a nation, it becomes a lot more difficult. So, the United States could certainly take on developing some norms for behaviors within the U.S., but without cooperation, global cooperation, they would fall flat. That becomes a challenge. The other piece is, does any nation really want regulation in an area where it's being used for purposes of national security? And so it really is a challenge, but it's one that we need to take on. I firmly believe that we need more policies and laws and regulations to help us understand and manage how to operate safely. And that's the part that I think is most important, how to operate safely and securely using the technology that continues to blossom every day.
Jeff, as a journalist, how does the rise of disinformation impact your work? Oh, I think we've lost your audio.
Yes, I was muted. Sorry about that. I guess with misinformation, it definitely makes a journalist's work harder. Not only do you have to debunk the misinformation, but once you debunk it, it often becomes a distraction, and debunking that information gives the bad information, in essence, a longer shelf life, right? It keeps it in the public attention for a little bit longer. And so, there are operatives out there who operate on that principle of, flooding the information ecosystem with a lot of misinformation, so that we talk about that misinformation as opposed to sort of substantive issues. That's a huge problem. I think there's also another problem in that, when we hear that so much of, what we see in media can be fake, I think some academics have called this like a liar's dividend. It essentially, allows actually factual things, true things, to be dismissed as fake news. And so, obviously, work of journalism, not only economically, it's become very difficult for a lot of media companies to survive in this environment, but there's also a lot of difficulties in terms of, being perceived as legitimate, even though, I think, media companies and journalist standards have been sort of just as high as they always have been. And I think it sort of illustrates this broader problem, which is, we've always thought of sort of this marketplace of ideas as this place where everyone can just, say their piece, and the idea that's most true, right, and the most most people agree with will win out in the end. But on the internet, that's not necessarily true, right? You see sort of these recommendation algorithms that just push certain pieces of information that sort of emotionally resonates with people, that confirms prior biases. And so, what ends up happening is, the most sensational and the most, provocative messages get put into your feed, as opposed to the most, factual or truthful or objective ones.
Jevin, do you think the public is adjusting to the rise of misinformation, or are most people not even aware of it?
That's a good question. And the timing is good on that, Emily, because just yesterday we had what's called Misinfo Day. So this is something our center, the University of Washington, the Center for Informed Public, we put on annually. We do it once a year. And we had thousands of high school and middle school kids from across the country tuning in for an entire day to talk about misinformation, of course. And that's the question I want to ask them. Are you aware of it? Is it something you're concerned about? And the sense that I get talking to high schoolers, talking to the public all the time, they know there's a problem, but the tactics that are being employed and how that's adapting those tactics and strategies for strategically misinforming the public are changing. And so, like, for example, I mean, as Jeff mentioned, this liar's dividend applies to lots of aspects of these tactics, like deepfake, synthetic media. Some people have heard of it, but most still haven't heard of this technology where you can essentially put any words in someone's mouth and audio files, video files, you can make photorealistic faces, etc. And that's already been employed in many forms. We've seen it affect elections in other countries. Surprisingly, it didn't have as much of an effect on the 2020 US election, but we have seen it be employed by fake journalists. So this has been reported multiple times across the world where people use these synthetic technologies to create personas that just aren't real. And they're actually getting articles published in fairly high profile journalistic venues. And so, maybe the public isn't aware of something like that. The public generally is not aware of, at least from my sense, of how the internet actually works, how money flows, how, A/B experiments are run, how clickbait sort of optimizes, like Jess said, the emotional, evoking kinds of headlines. I think they're also just that self-reflection of our own biases, I think, is something that the public could do more of. But overall, I mean, this idea that so much of the information that they're seeing is not true, people do sense that. My fear, and the thing that keeps me up at night is that people will start not believing anything, though, and not trusting anything. And that's the objective of most disinformation campaigns, going back all the way to the Cold War. I mean, that's almost like line 1 of paragraph 1 in these papers talking about this, that if you can sort of just create distrust in institutions and people themselves and all of us, then goal accomplished. And so that to me is a big concern. And so, making the public more aware of the tactics that are used, and also, in a world where social media platforms are splintering, and it's going to be harder for, researchers and journalists and government agencies to be able to track some of these things, because these, over time, they continue to evolve. And once you finally start to learn about the tactics, then there's another tactic you got to learn. So keeping the public up to speed on that is a challenge, but it's certainly something we have to do.
So Jevin, that's a great segue. I want to ask one quick closing question to each of you. I'll stay with you here. What can the public do to protect themselves? Like, are there flags that people should look for to protect themselves against misinformation?
Absolutely. And this is something that we like to really do. We have tons of resources in our center, but so are lots of other people around the country. I think one of the most important things that the public can do is, first of all, create some self-awareness, of your own habits online and the things that make you susceptible, because we're all susceptible, by the way. I sort of, I've written a book about this. I teach classes at a university. I live and breathe this every day, and I'm susceptible. I tell my students and the public, I'm susceptible. So, we can create these habits of mind. And of course, we don't have time to go through all those kinds of things, but some of the basic tools work even in this advanced information economy in which we live, which if something sounds too good to be true or too bad to be true, it probably is. Who's telling me this? What do they have to gain from it? And what makes them an expert? These checking sources, there's so many of the old adages and old strategies that still work in this new world. Corroborate, triangulate. But it is more challenging because things move faster. We're inundated with information all the time. So I think one of the best things that public can do is to try to hone their skills, because we're now expected to be our own editors and gatekeepers, and we're consumers and producers of that information. And so there is a responsibility. So I think that's something it's a role we all have to play, and also to really bring back digital civics, or civics, but in the digital form. To sort of remember that there's people on the other side, at least if they're humans, maybe if they're bots or sort of nefarious actors. But I really think we can do this, trying to bring back the public square and actually get out of the online world sometimes and have one-on-one conversations with people more often. And maybe we'll be able to address this issue that we have, this challenge, this misinformation crisis we have.
Great, thank you. Deborah, I'll go to you, ask the same question. What can a person do to protect themselves against misinformation? You seemed excited by Jevon's idea about civics.
Well, I'm excited about a whole lot of what I've heard Jevon say, particularly that he had an opportunity to speak to thousands of high school and middle schoolers about disinformation, because I believe that is our hope. That is our best chance of turning the tide, is to get to our young people really early and help them to have a healthy skepticism. You know, it's okay to say trust but verify, and let's teach them how to trust but verify. I mean, there are credible outlets that will validate, particularly during key national events like elections, who will validate information. Make yourself familiar with them. And if you have a question about it, then search them out for yourself. You cannot believe everything you read on social media. And having that healthy skepticism, I think, goes a long way towards, for yourself, getting to ground truth so that you can make the right personal decision. So I just co-sign everything Jevon said. I love all of it. And, I think our hope is in getting to our young people quickly.
Great. Jeff, same closing question to you. What can people do to protect themselves against misinformation besides reading all of your work, of course?
Thanks. Well, I definitely agree, with the other two panelists, Deborah and Jevon. Particularly, there have been studies that have been done that say essentially, content with sort of extreme emotional messages tends to travel well on social media, right? So the flip side of that is, if you're getting something that's like making you, getting you worked up and making you angry, I think you got to sort of step back from that a little bit and ask yourself whether, is this, message with an agenda, or is this objective reporting? And, obviously we don't, nobody has sort of infinite time to check everything they're reading out, right? But I think sort of teaching an updated form of media literacy would be really helpful. Like Deborah said, finding sources that are trustworthy, and that media sources that sort of guard their reputation for, factual reporting very jealously, I think is really important. And it's a lot harder to sort of differentiate these days, but that's one thing that you can do without, allowing your life to be consumed by whether a piece of info on social media is real or not.
Thank you so much. A really interesting conversation that certainly has my wheels spinning. I have a lot of research left to do. It's very clear. Thank you so much to our panelists, Deborah Plunkett, Jeff Cow, Jevon West. I'm Emily Tish Sussman. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
I'd like to welcome our panel, Wesley Lowery, Josie Duffy Rice, and Jay Rosen. Let's get right into it. Here is a question that seems to be a confounding one. Democracy is feels like a good idea, that people get to vote on what's going to happen. And I think the founding fathers had a pretty good sense that in order to cast those votes, even though they were limited in those days, you had to have an informed populace. Thus, we had a First Amendment protecting free expression and the press. And that seemed like a pretty good theory. We inform the people, they cast informed votes, we get good decisions. How's it working out? Jump in, please. Josie, what do you think? How's that theory working out so far these days in the 21st century?
My immediate reaction was to kind of laugh at that, but perhaps it's working out better than it's worked out for most of our history, right? Both democracy and access to the press. I think that the past, especially the past 4 years, but even the years before that, chaos was kind of the reigning, emotional lever that we were all pulling all of the time. And I think that in that way, we are at such a crossroads because it does feel very unpredictable what happens next. But I am wary of having too much nostalgia for the past, because I think that in many ways our democracy has
improved, which isn't saying much because it's nothing to write home about, right? But it's better than it was, for example, my 90-year-old grandmother is visiting right now. It's better than it was when she was my age, right? And I think keeping that in perspective is important.
Wesley, let me ask you a question right off the top here. We have surveys showing that I think the vast majority of people who identify as Republican firmly believe that there was a steal and that the problem in America is that the steal wasn't stopped. How do we deal with that?
Well, journalistically, I'm not sure that it's our job to deal with it. I think it's our job to write down what's true. And we know it's true. The election wasn't stolen. Joe Biden is the president and won many more votes. It wasn't even a close election by any measure. But it's unsurprising that when you have a political party that has spent at this point almost 50 years as its most consistent ideological plank being the villainizing of the press, the denying of basic facts, that we would get to a point that that party would lose an election and the majority of its voters would not believe that they lost that election legitimately. As far as the press is related, I think that it speaks to the urgency and the need for us not to coddle people who don't tell the truth in our pages or to normalize them. Because again, this is what we talk about the most recent ex-president as someone who has unquestionably attacked the press full-throatedly, but he was just building on ideological pillars and attacks that have been commonplace in the Republican Party going back to Nixon. So I think that, again, I think what's hard for us as journalists is that our behaviors and our actions do impact trust. They do impact whether or not and therefore the effectiveness of our journalism, that writing down truths if no one believes them is difficult. But first and foremost, our job is to tell the truth, and whether those truths are popular, whether those truths are believed, and I think that, in fact, having that clarity of truth helps build a society of more trust, where people have to actually grapple with uncomfortable truths they don't like, as opposed to a world in which we coddle readers and hide from them that they're wrong about things or things are not correct.
Jay, you've been studying this for a lifetime. Hearing that, what do you think?
I think we're in a period of chaos and difficulty where journalists have to simultaneously rebuild their relationship with a public that trusts them and find new ways of supporting what they do, including a business model or means of getting paid to do the important work that they do, and reconfigure their relationship to the political system, which isn't working right now. The good news is that people still think journalism is important. And for me as an educator, very idealistic and talented people keep coming into the profession. That's good. But over the next 10, 20 years, I think journalism is going to have to not just reinvent itself, which is sort of by now a cliche in the internet age, but rediscover itself. And this is happening all over the world. One of the interesting things that's gone on recently is that conditions that were once confined to semi-democracies and autocracies are now coming to the Western democracies, like journalists constantly under attack and presidents who make it their business to undermine a free press. And those are things that used to happen, across the ocean, and now they're normal here. We have an entire political party, the Republican Party, whose energy lies in attacking, defying, undermining journalism. It's sort of incorporated into the political style that's now the dominant style in the Republican Party. So this goes beyond coming up with a new business model. I think we're entering a period where journalism is going to sort of like fall apart and get put back together again in a different shape.
I'd add and this kind of gets to what Josie was talking about as well, is that when we look at this moment, I think there can be a mistake sometimes to have this journalistic conversation absent the broader conversation about where we are as a nation in this moment, and about the reality of of what history tells us, right? That as Josie notes, we're more of a democracy today than we have ever been at any other point in our entire history. Our media is more representative of our populace today than it has ever been. By many measures, things are better than they have ever been as it relates to representation, democracy. But the battle in this moment, and this is the fundamental societal question in the story of the American story, is, are we a multiracial democracy or are we a white supremacist country? And here we are in a moment where we are seeing progress towards multiracial democracy, and we are seeing a white supremacist backlash the way we have at every juncture throughout our history when we have taken a step towards multiracial democracy. So it's unsurprising to me that the almost monolithically white political party would have issue with that. What I would also know, while I don't in any way want to understate or undersell the significance of having a head of state actively attack the press, I think Ida B. Wells might have some thoughts about the idea that the American democracy wasn't a place where journalists were attacked. And, her printing press was burned to the ground and she was run out of town by the Klan, right? That as it relates to this fundamental issue of who America is for, journalists who have advocated for a multiracial democracy have been lynched, have had their printing presses burned to the ground, have been exorcised from mainstream media for decades, right? So again, what we're seeing today is not particularly unique. In fact, it's just a new chapter of what has been the American story forever.
So having said that, and sort of acknowledging, I think the truth of, I remember walking down the streets of Belgrade in 1992 with a colleague from the Washington Post, and we were covering the Serbs, and he looked at me and he said, "It's amazing, but the big lie works." And I said, "You're right." And I never thought that potentially I would be speaking that sentence about America. And so I guess my question, following on from what you said, Wesley, which I'd like to throw to the panel, is, there is a sort of, in a sense, numerical solution to this problem. Wait enough decades, and sooner or later, I think the issue disappears. But in the present day, because that's where we're all living, what can journalism do to somehow reach at least a portion of the people who have internalized some of these things that are clearly not true? Is there any way of doing that? Is there anything we can or should be doing to reach that group?
My immediate reaction to that is that time is limited and resources are limited. And when it comes to who I'm speaking to and who gets my attention, I try to. I work for I run a very niche website. It's obviously mostly focused on criminal justice. We have an unusual funding structure. We have an unusual model. But what I am interested in is shifting the way that people perceive certain issues and providing information that other people maybe would not provide about a system. And it occurs to me that I am, I only have one shot at this world, and spending it trying to convince people of my humanity, or that that Hillary Biden isn't running a pedophile ring out of a pizza place is just not the most effective use of my time. That being said, I think it's worth noting that it does have to be someone's job, right? Because we are seeing entire swaths of this country get caught up in a completely different reality, and I don't have the answer of how to fix that, other than, like Wesley said, keep telling the truth. But I do feel as if the truth has always been sort of the defensive position, right? We've always sort of had to play from the part of no, trust me, we're telling you the truth in this field. And it's interesting to think about what journalism from the offensive position looks like, right? Where we have built the kind of systems and structures in this country that respect press even when they disagree with it, that hold it to a high standard, that fund, journalism the way they fund candidates, and that takes a much deeper excavation of the problems in this country, of who we are and where we failed, than I think journalism alone can do. We can write the truth all day, and when people are willing to engage with that and think about what the truth is a totally different question.
Well, Wesley, you do work, at CBS, which I would be willing to guess, reaches a decent number of people who voted for both candidates. I'm just taking a wild guess here that your audience surveys probably come close to 50-50. How do you think about this as you're framing something that is going to go to a mass audience? Because you do, in many cases at CBS, have a very large audience. How do you think about that?
Certainly, and I do think about it, and I do think there's a push and pull. I think that there's a push and pull for the individual journalist as well as for the journalistic institution, much less for journalism writ large, between our responsibility to history, to tell the truth, and our responsibility to the moment to have impact, right? And what I mean, and I think we see that tension play out very often when we have these conversations, right? That, well, if none of the Trump people will believe us, then how can our journalism in the moment change things, right? Mm-hmm. And vice versa. I certainly don't want to be the journalist who a historian is piecing together their book about how American democracy fell, and it was because I was unwilling to tell the truth. As we now see, there was a book that came out last year that reviewed press coverage, or maybe it was last year, very recently, reviewing press coverage leading up to World War II and the rise of the Reich. And they concluded that basically only the more activist Jewish and communist newspapers adequately covered the rise of Hitler. Mm-hmm. That all of the objective and straight down the middle people in the lens of history, were woefully ineffective at communicating what was obviously happening. That there were incidents where tens of thousands of Jews were being murdered, and it was getting a 3-paragraph blurb in the New York Times. Mm-hmm. And I think that, and it was dispassionate and both sidesy, and I think we do have to grapple with those, with that reality. And what I will say though is that we are always in crisis. We're not in any more crisis today than we were a decade ago, than we were 2 decades before. And I think that when you come from a background and from a lineage of people who haven't always had full humanity legally in the country, it's easy to see that. And I think other times for other folks, it's not as easy to see that. It feels like this is new or different. But what I think about, and this is what I think is the solution for me. I don't know that this is a solution for everyone. But I really do think a lot about how do I do work that is seeking, that is honest, that is fair, but also that I know I can be proud of in the long term. That is not just accurate today, but will be accurate and adequate in the long run. That educating the populace is the job of our public schools, not me. That civics and how government works is, and that, look, I wish and by the way, the forces that we're battling, the forces that promote conspiracy and promote this rank partisanship, that promote rank extremism, are much better funded than I am. That my single article is not going to be the thing that overcomes what Tucker Carlson said last night to millions of people. And so I don't like to enter battles I know I'm not going to win. What I know I can do is accurately describe what's happening, do journalism that matters, do journalism that tells the truth, and know that when you LexisNexis my name 100 years from now, you're going to find journalism that adequately reflected what needed to happen in this moment.
What Wesley said made me think of something, which is that most of what we do is cover local elected officials. And we kind of started this work covering prosecutors. At the time, nobody was covering prosecutors really. And it still keeps me up at night, every night, looking through my inbox and seeing just story after story after story that we're just never going to be able to get to. We have a staff of, 30. It's just not going to happen that we're going to cover everything that 2,300 prosecutors across the country are doing. And in the meantime, there are people sitting in prisons and jails and in deplorable conditions. And there is only so many days in the week that we can get this work done. But I was recently working on a project where I was researching something about Atlanta, the public school cheating scandal that happened a couple of years ago. And I was going back and looking at records of historically Black neighborhoods in Atlanta. And as much as local news has been gutted in ways that are just, infringe on our democracy in such horrifying ways, you also go back and you see when the AJC had a full staff and was well funded, and how rarely they mentioned certain neighborhoods in this town, right? What was told and what wasn't told. When I really had to get full stories of the local history, I had to go to the Atlanta Daily World, the local Black paper, right? And I say that to say that I think our perception of what stories were ever told across race, class, and also geography, right? Just, the minute you kind of got outside of the boundaries of Atlanta, the ability to tell those stories decreased massively, has set us up for failure in some ways, right? Has allowed this to happen. Tucker Carlson is both the problem, but also a symptom. And the fact that we have that this is our reality is not separate from how we have traditionally viewed whose stories are worth telling and whose aren't. And so, that is something I think the field has to grapple with and talk about, ensuring that people feel as if the press tells their story.
Well, Jay, I know that you have written extensively on exactly that subject. Are we making progress on that front?
Which front did you mean?
The ability of journalism to connect with in any fundamental way the communities that it serves.
Yeah. Well, I think it's important to start with the realization that creating an informed public is not something that a free and responsible press can do by itself. It's never been. There's a lot of other factors that have to come together for this transaction that we are interested in. Journalism supporting democracy by informing people about what's going on and illuminating decisions that they have to make, which you started with. A lot has to go right for that transaction to actually occur. For example, Wesley mentioned a couple of the conditions required: functioning schools, civics knowledge, which journalists can't be responsible for creating. But it's more than that. It's like a government that actually informs the people itself through, for example, statistics that tell us what's going on in the country. That's a big part of how we know what's current reality is, as well as political leaders who respect the importance of an informed public and try to themselves inform it, as well as a civic culture in which people think it's important, for example, to know what's going on. And making stuff up is considered, bad behavior. All of those things have to be working for the press to be working. And when we kind of just focus on journalism, we're expecting something completely unrealistic of the press. And we're also letting all these other actors off the hook. So that's one point. The second point is, one thing journalists should not do in response to this problem of how to reach alienated populations or Trump supporters is to fall back on kind of a genre of journalism you see often nowadays, which I would call dueling realities journalism. in which the reporter decides that they're going to once again inform us that people who support the Republicans believe this and Democrats believe that, and increasingly they don't live in the same world, and we have these dueling realities, and wow, isn't it stark, and isn't this scary, and it's amazing how little we share now, and like just reporting that as if it came down from above or sort of attacked us like some foreign disease is incredibly naive and a disservice, I think, to the people that the press is trying to inform. So my rule for this is all dueling reality stories should be reframed as how did the Republican Party arrive at this place where evidence, facts, verification doesn't matter, and I think that is a dramatic story. Finally, in trying to engage people who don't trust the news or don't use it regularly, I have found value in a distinction that the sociologist C. Wright Mills used to draw in 1950s between troubles and issues. Troubles are things that are bothering people in their daily lives, things that they are worried about, things they might talk about with their family over the kitchen table. Issues come from the political system, and they're like packages that the system uses to run elections and create coalitions and draw support and define yourself against your opponent. And his point in making this distinction between troubles and issues was that when troubles don't connect to issues and issues don't speak to troubles, you have a breakdown of democracy. And so if there's one thing that journalists could do to start addressing this gap between themselves and 1/3 or 1/2 of America, it might be to start focusing more on troubles than issues and see if you can repair that connection. But ultimately, as Wesley said, the job of the journalist is to confront people with truth and to give an accurate account of what's going on, not to babysit alienated populations.
Let me ask this question of our panel, because it is certainly popular and easy and to some extent correct to blame the internet for literally everything that's wrong. I would like to point out that I at ProPublica, Josie's organization, would not exist if the internet didn't give us the chance to publish freely. I will also say, as an older journalist who was once an investigative reporter, there is absolutely nothing as magnificent for investigative reporting as the internet. So it's not all bad. I just want to say that. But to what extent does the technology, the algorithms that sort of force feed people certain viewpoints and continue to reinforce those for commercial purposes, how much of that is playing a role in the problems that we're talking about here in your judgments?
This might be I think I have an outlier opinion on this, but I actually think the role of the internet is wildly overstated here. Mm-hmm. I think that I do think that algorithmically, so on the one hand, I don't think we can let these powerful organizations off the hook about the role they are playing in radicalizing and feeding disinformation or hate speech to folks. But what's also true is that I just don't believe as a premise that our populace is more conspiratorial today than they were at times when the president could be assassinated and it would take you days to find out that had happened. That the reality is we have more information and more access to information more quickly than we ever have had before. Including good information, in a way that for large chunks of the country, they were largely cut off from good information in any immediate form for the vast majority of our history. And so I have a skepticism of that. Now, what I think is true is that now everyone has a printing press in a way that was not true before. And so your racist uncle previously did not have the means to publish a pamphlet about all of his racist ideas. And now he can do that every day, every time he has one, and he can find my racist uncle and Josie's racist uncle, and they can all get together, right? That there is a convening that happens because of the internet, but those individuals still existed. They had their conspiratorial beliefs, they had their bigoted beliefs, and that all of that happened. Secondarily, the internet is not any more insidious than Fox News is, which was not any more insidious than talk radio was. So I do think that, again, I think there can be a bias that we have sometimes where it feels like the thing happening in our moment is this brand new threat that has never been seen before. And I am, again, because of the work that I do and the spaces that I exist in, this is the best it's ever been for in terms of the populace writ large not believing racist conspiracy theories. There's not a point in history that in American history that it would have been better than today. And so it's hard for me sometimes to go along with the narrative that like things are progressively getting worse in a way. I do think that different parts of our population, and I think those of us who work in media are being confronted with this in ways that are perhaps different than we were previously, that we can't be preciously naive about what's happening in the world the way we might have been able to be before. But like I said, I do think that the internet does allow for an intensity and it allows for community to be built. But you look at the messaging apps, the Discords or the Parlors, and they're no different than the paper pamphlets that the Klan was snail mailing each other in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, I mean, I think the conversation about community really does matter in both directions, right? I think about in my field, in the criminal justice field, when I graduated from law school, not that long ago, 7 or 8 years ago. And none of the conversation that we're talking about now in terms of how to shift the criminal justice system, where the power lies, what a future could look like was happening. None, right? I mean, it was happening in certain organizing communities, but it was not a major conversation. And what the internet has provided is a sounding board and just constant community. I mean, I think about, as a mom who has a law degree, I'm in 20 communities about that, right? Like it has provided an ability to assess where the people like me and not like me are, which I think as a journalist is a really, really important skill. I mean, I would say that like any other kind of social environment, I mean, Wesley points out the Klan. I think that like one way that bad ideas didn't explode so quickly was because people didn't have this sort of community. Their community was geographic, their community was at work, their community was at bowling team, but it wasn't the sort of thing, wasn't a sort of one topic community. It wasn't a sort of, sole focused community. And you look at QAnon, right? For many people, this has been a social experience for them. People who didn't have friends before they got into QAnon, right? People are building communities in ways, I mean, communities built on the subjugation of other people have always existed. Absolutely. I think what we're seeing in this particular moment is a rapid shift in the feeding off of each other. I mean, I think that what happened at the Capitol really demonstrated that, right? It is the ability to be so insular and yet reach so many people when you want to does worry me. It does scare me.
Yeah, to build on what Josie just said, I do think it's not very smart to blame the internet for where we are. However, there are a couple of things about the internet that make for a major difference. And one of them, and I think this is part of what Josie was saying, is the falling costs for like-minded people to locate each other, realize how many of them there are, organize themselves into groups, find champions, is greatly accelerated by the internet. It's not that it didn't exist before, but it is much easier and it's more instant and it's more potent. And this factor of falling costs for like-minded people to locate each other, of course, can result in good things that we like, but it also results in some terrible things that we don't like. And it's not that people who are like-minded didn't find each other before, or there was no means for them to do so. It's just way faster, more efficient, more effective now. And at a certain point, that does become like a different reality. Also, the internet is really good at, and I've never found the right way to describe this, but I'll give it a shot anyway. It's really good at sensing the demand for something to be true, even when it is not. And a good example of that would be the birther conspiracy, which everyone knows about now. But the birther conspiracy grew out of the discovery that there's a lot of people out there who want it to be true that Obama is not an American citizen. And therefore you can build a kind of a political movement on that denial of a fact that is, for a lot of other people, already settled. And again, it's not that this didn't happen before the internet or there weren't movements like that. There were, but now the algorithms are much more effective and efficient at locating the demand for something to be true, even when it isn't, and then providers step in and provide that kind of propaganda. So those are the kinds of things that we have to grapple with. But the internet's not going away. No one's going to uninvent it. And so blaming the internet is a little bit like blaming history or evolution or something like that. It doesn't help you.
Well, I would like to very much thank our colleagues, my colleagues here, Wesley and Josie and Jay, for this really great conversation. What Jay just said reminded me of, to paraphrase a friend of mine who once said, in New York City, if you're 1 in a million, there are 8 of you. In America, if you're 30 in a million, there are 10,000 of you. And that is just a thought perhaps we could leave with. It doesn't necessarily mean you're the most important 10,000. So thank you all for this great conversation and coming together, and stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us.
I will skip the part where I brag for 3 minutes about how great and cool I am, seeing as we are all qualified young men of skill and character. People like that stuff. Sounds good, yeah. People like that stuff a lot.
Our film, Boy State, is about the Texas Boy State program, which is a 1 week in June, where 1,000 young people come together from all over the state to build a democracy from the ground up. And our film profiles 4 young men who participate in the program.
You know, some people say they're a sports junkie. I say I'm a politics junkie.
The harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph.
We live in the greatest democracy in the world, and I feel like a big problem is there's a lot of people today that are willing to discount the idea that America truly is a great country.
You have to remember this is a room of, 16, 17, maybe 18 in some cases, guys that are, it's a summer program. It's a lot of testosterone and rowdiness and, hot summer days in one place. And to get everyone on the same program in any setting, let alone one of a group of young men who are, very energetic, very kind of crazy in a lot of ways. It definitely takes some charisma. It takes being able to network out. It takes an understanding that you can't do this alone. And that, that kind of expands into the wider topic of leadership and political leadership. I think some of the most valuable lessons I learned were to get anything done, you can't take on it. You can't take it on all yourself. You need to be pretty effective and, delegating it out, like, distributing the credit out, distributing the work out, trusting the people under you to lead, like talking to people realistically and man to man. And I think there's also a temptation in political leadership, and this is something that I've reflected on a lot of a willingness to, create divisive issues or treat your opponents as, just obstacles to be overcome rather than, real people. And it can be a very effective tactic politically, but not necessarily an ethical one, to create division and create hostility and antipathy in order to, secure victory and get people, riled up to an extent. So I saw all of that firsthand in my time there.
A message of unity, as good as it sounds and as good as it ultimately is for our country, is not winning anyone any elections. You have to use personal attacks and you have to find divisive issues in order to differentiate yourself at all.
I think going in, I had expected a certain amount of performance and Lord of the Flies and kids mimicking maybe what they'd heard at home, and tribalism, because you have this two-party system already built into the program. So there was a lot going on there that I expected, but then as the week progressed, there was this order that came out of the chaos, and it was really beautiful to watch actually some of the leadership of listening and of Stephen Garza in particular. Like, he summoned people to their better selves in a way.
I've had to listen to people who have said things that I've vehemently opposed and disagreed with.
We agree that we do need to work to identify illegal immigrants for their own safety as much as for the safety of the nation.
But I listen with an open mind.
So I propose a law to where law enforcement can still use drones out of their line of sight.
All of these boys in our film really are tested in ways that are powerful for them personally, but I think reflect on our current politics in significant ways. And for us to go through this coming of age journey, we see them wrestle with these big questions. What do I stand for? How do I work with people I disagree with? What am I willing to compromise on? And I think that was the value of watching them negotiate this process and come to power. I think you do see in the program ways in which it reflects very negatively some of the things we see in our national politics. Ben referred to these divisive tactics, personal attacks, racism in some cases, challenges of legitimacy. I think that what makes the program and our film valuable is that it's an elaborate experiment, and it's big enough that we actually do see these strong forces collide and ultimately resolve, actually. And so I think that's where we can have a much bigger conversation about the health of our democracy. Because it's 1,000 kids, there's just a lot going on.
The part that I get more optimistic about is in my city, the way that Boise State's broken up, it's like the different dorm halls where guys reside are 50-50 Federalists and Nationalists. So it's like 30 Feds and 30 Nats on like one dorm, and they call it a city. I was really close with a bunch of nationalists in the city. Like my city mayor was a nationalist, for example. And like, it was those small connections where the issue wasn't political. The issue wasn't that, we wanted different things out of the system. The issue wasn't that our motives directly competed with each other, but, we could walk to different events together. We could eat meals together. We would have to sleep in the same room. We would just talk, like while we were waiting on showers or whatever, right? Just these very mundane, low-level things where politics wasn't it. I feel like that's when a lot of the real friendships developed, right? And I think that speaks to the fact that in our system, I feel the problem is less that our politicians at the top aren't as friendly with each other. I feel the problem is more that we as a people are so siloed into our own communities, and we're not interacting with our neighbors anymore in so many ways, right? Whether it be on social media, whether it be our television news is, segregated by politics, whether it be that we just don't know our next door neighbors, that a lot of these communal interactions are gone. And I feel like that's a huge detriment to socialization, because it makes the only issue that we view the other side on a political issue, when in reality, we have a whole broad swath of issues, whether it be our kids going to the same school, or the sports game that was on last night, or, the yard work I had done yesterday or whatever, right? That, we can connect on in a real way. And that has absolutely nothing to do with where we stand on the political spectrum. So I think that leads to real divisiveness at a ground level.
I left feeling like I'd been reminded of the ways in which democracy does work, and feeling extremely optimistic. That being said, I also witnessed plenty of what the problems are. And I love that about our movie. I think everything's on display. And one of the true values of the program is that it really is this learn by doing. It's this practicing democracy before you go and practice for real, right? These are 17-year-olds about to be 18, about to vote for the first time. And I think getting invested, getting engaged, getting involved is very exciting in this space that they've created, where people who are so different from one another are coming together. This is kids from very urban areas meeting kids from towns of 1,000 people for the first time. Sometimes these kids have not met each other. And that space they've created is extraordinary. It's fraught, but also very fruitful, I think. And we saw that for sure in the legislature, for instance. In our film, you see these kids work on a bill for universal background check, a bill in Texas, right? And they worked for a week back and forth between the houses, and they got it done, which is something we know Washington has not.
I think what was also really hopeful is, as you see in the film, it's a very white, very conservative, very male space, completely male space. But we do see these young men of color, of progressive politics, Renee and Stephen, come here and find their voice and come to power. Renee leads his party, the Nationalist Party, and Stephen becomes the candidate for governor and faces off against Ben's party. And I think that was a reminder to us that these voices, these people who have been excluded or denied power or a voice are finding it. And for us to find that story at Boys State was really inspirational and hopeful, and to see ways in which someone like Stephen could reach across and connect with people whose politics were, on the most part, very different than his, but find commonality, find that common ground that I think we're all seeking as Americans if we're going to move forward. So that left us hopeful. Also, to see young men who are passionate, engaged. We're eager to see young women too. We're going to make Girls State next. So we're not just talking about young men, but Ben, I think it's worth pointing out, has talked very honestly about his tactics at Boys State, what it took to win. And he's shown since Boys State, since we filmed with him 2 years ago, an incredible capacity for moral growth and reflection on what the true costs of that kind of negativity is. And I salute him for being brave and reckoning with those choices. And I wish everybody and some adults in our political leadership would be as honest with themselves about what the costs of this kind of negativity are to our country.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here for this panel on late night and democracy. I want this to be more of a conversation, so feel free to talk whenever, talk over me. Hi. Thank you. Thank you for just taking my advice and running with it. I had a softball question right off the top before we really get into the dirt. Ashley, not to put you on the spot, but I did read that Stacey Abrams said that she would want you to play her in a biopic. I never know how to say that word, biopic. And you agreed, of course, obviously. So my question to all of you is there anyone else you would want to play in a biopic? If you could play anyone, like you're like a white man and any role is open to you, is there anyone who comes to mind? Yeah.
Well, Stacey is top of the list because I've interviewed her a couple of times, and I think what people don't know about her is that she's actually super funny. And so I think like I would seem like a weird pick because people don't know that she's actually hilarious. So she's definitely actually at the top of my list.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Amber, Sarah, anyone come to mind?
I think, first off, I think it's biopic.
I know. I also think it's
bio as in biography and pick as in pick your teeth. I think I would want to be like, I would want to have a biopic of like a fictional character.
Ooh,
I would want to be like, and if it could be anyone, it would be Yosemite Sam. That would just be the most fun I've ever had. You run around shooting guns and laughing.
Oh my gosh.
Curling your mustache would be great.
Also, if it's literally everyone, I would also like to play Gwyneth Paltrow because I want to dig into a life where your life has been so whatever it is that you forget that you were in a Marvel movie. I want to live that. I want to experience that.
Love it. Love it. Sarah, anyone?
Oh my God. There's so many people. I mean, from Kanye to Jesus Christ. I mean, who would I want to play?
People would say that's the same thing.
But, I'm thinking I'd want to play Holly Robinson Peete because she was the first non-threatening sort of Black woman that I got exposed to, and I'm considered a non-threatening Black woman, and so I think that would be fun to play her and her story.
Yeah. Oh, hanging with Mr. Cooper, that was crucial watching for me. Okay, now for the serious questions. What do you guys think is the role of satire and comedy in our democracy? Anyone can jump in, or I'm happy to pick on people.
Don't pick on us.
I know. Well, I love power,
I think that it really doesn't truly have a role except to
inspire demagogues. To inspire demagogues. Stephen Colbert is the reason we had Trump. That is my theory, because he was this caricature of this right-wing commentator that we thought was funny, but then a part of society took that very seriously and made it reality. So satire is very dangerous right now, I think, because any joke you make, literally it happens the next day. So it's almost like you're a predictor of the future in a bad way, because you're trying to make a joke, but you're actually predicting the next thing the Republicans are going to do. So it's wild. I'm sorry, I totally cut you off, Amber, but I was trying to make it a conversation, but you go ahead.
I was going to say that.
Oh, really? That would be amazing. I've never met you before, and I'm such a huge fan of all three of you.
Oh my gosh,
and
I'm
I just
a fan
have to
of
say that.
everyone here.
I've been a fan of all of you for a long time.
A conversation between my Twitter feed for sure.
Right.
Those people that you're like, you know what? I've liked too many. I'm going to take one off just so it's not so obvious. I think people want comedy to be able to convince people of a point or what's good or what's right. And I think comedy can do that. And I've experienced that in live comedy for sure. I've experienced audience members coming up to me after a show and feeling like we connected during the show and they've thought about some things. I don't know that television can do that at this point in history because the audience is so segmented that people are only even advertised your show if they're already going to agree with you. So there's really no one showing up to convince. But someone did do a study. This was in the very early days of Sam B and John Oliver, and they found out that if you were introducing a new topic to people that they had never heard of before, that you really could get people passionate and engaged and educated about an issue via comedy. But if it was an issue they already had their opinion about, let's say abortion, everybody has their opinion about abortion. There's not a joke on TV that's going to change someone's opinion about that thing. So I think it can work in that way, but in a very specific way that people want it to be able to do more than it can. But I also think historically the role of comedy and satire has always been to speak truth to power and make fun of power. And so I think that's still what satire is doing today. We're just at a weird point in history where powerful people don't care what you think about them anymore. It used to be that the king would get embarrassed. Oh, the jester made fun of me. And now the king is the jester making fun of me is why you should donate more to my campaign. And
Yeah, in that sense, since you guys all have, done many things where comedy and politics intersect, is there a way, if there is a topic that you would want people to care more about or learn more about, what is your way into it? Or what is a way you want to make it more accessible? Or how do you even begin to do that? If it's something that not everyone even knows what it is, like gerrymandering or something.
Well, I ask Ashley and then she writes a piece on it. Quite literally how I do it.
Wait, what happened?
I said I asked Ashley and she writes a piece on it.
Oh, and that's what you do.
I say the word.
You say the words.
But I feel like we found a really interesting, weird thing where like because I started my career as a teacher.
Mm-hmm.
So I will write something really nerdy and really angry because that's my personality. And then I turn it into Amber and Jenny. And what comes back is like, has so much beauty and heart and love to it. And I feel like that's actually the combination of us that probably works better than me just yelling at people for 7 minutes. And that's why you're the one who's on TV.
We like yelling.
Yelling can be
You have such a great way of yelling, Amber, where you're not really yelling. You know what I mean? Your voice still sounds so sweet.
My husband that. Guys, I feel like being in quarantine, which is not what we're talking about, and I'm so sorry to take this.
No, it's
being in
so
quarantine
relevant.
has turned us all into Catskills comedians. Do you feel that way?
Yeah.
It's getting real bad.
What's a Catskill comedian? What does that mean?
I mean, it's a little bit of a
like a vaudeville.
The camera is so close.
Oh yeah,
a lot of mugging.
I had a few people write and say that they were Trump supporters, but they thought my videos were funny. So, but none of them. I feel like I got a few stories that were like, oh, I showed it to my mom, and she was like, oh wow, like, is that him? Did he really say that? And, Trump supporters maybe like got a little wise to how dumb he sounded, but I think some people were just like, yeah, that's my guy. I like this, I like what this woman's saying. I don't know. It was, it was weird, but I don't think that, I don't think I converted anybody. I mean, I think it was really just, I hope people got more engaged and hopefully voted and hopefully like, got more, I don't know, wanting to do something about it, but I don't know if I changed anybody's minds. It was really, I was just reflecting back to them what they already felt and already thought. And that was what was cathartic about it, is because I was saying, hey, you're not crazy. He sounds like an idiot. It's true.
Yeah, that's not nothing.
Yeah.
No.
That's a big thing, because people were saying all kinds of crazy shit. And then everyone was because the crazy shit was such a constant stream, everyone could pick their little corner. Friggin' 5G is killing us.
Yeah.
We don't have to wear masks. There's a child pizza pedophile ring. I mean, there was something for everybody in there. So that was the smart thing they did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys got this during the reign of terror, but I got a lot like, oh, isn't Trump great for comedy? You guys, like, comedians must be having a field day. How did you respond to that? Because I never quite knew how to express the right amount of horror at that question.
I always would say happiness is good for comedy.
Yeah.
Being happy is much better for comedy than Trump.
Yeah.
Trump made people feel really angry. I just feel like the 4 years that were like waves. Like when he first started running, when he first ran, it was hysterical. It was so funny. And then it was like scary. And then it was terrifying. And then, I would get on stage and just the mention of Trump, people would just like freeze up and they didn't even want to hear about him. But then we got used to him. And I think I talked about him a little bit, but it was a weird thing to say it's good for comedy when it was so harrowing what was happening, So I don't know if it was great for my career, but other than that, I don't know if it was good for comedy. I think the one thing that I do like about it is that now that he's not around, I feel like everyone has to work a little bit harder. I feel like I have to, like, there's more that I want to say, there's more that I want to do. Like he was just like this constant stream of crap that I could use to generate stuff with. And now that that's not there anymore, I like that we have to like do something different. And I hope things get sillier now. I hope things get more absurd now, than what we were kind of talking about last year.
It also, like, I don't think people realized how much comedy they missed out on because of Trump. Because, like, when Trump was running, I was on Full Frontal, and that was also when we started the show. And when we started that show, we were doing pieces about maternal morbidity rates, about the Catholic Church being held accountable for child abuse, like stuff that was very hard to make funny, but stuff that was like we weren't talking about that needed to be talked about. And maybe a few jokes will make you want to hear this story. And then Trump comes, and every week you're talking about Trump. And you'd write this whole long piece about environmental racism in the South and people who are getting cancer from the water coming out of their taps. And it gets thrown away because Trump said something crazy in a rally. And yes, that's specific to late night, but I think also, I'm sure I remember when Trump was elected, the head of ABC coming out and being like, well, we didn't know there were this many people out there like this. So now we need to make TV that caters to them, which, you know, they were there before. They were watching Scandal like everybody else. But all the shows that like didn't get picked up that year because they didn't cater to a certain subset of the culture. Like, I don't think Trump helped comedy. I think comedy became about one thing for 4 years, and people who wanted to talk about anything else, some of those things which are incredibly important to our culture, didn't get talked about.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Do you guys have any hopes for the current administration, comedy wise, something that would really just help take your job to the next level?
I hope they just shut up. Someone said something about you remember how if you were working on a show during the Trump administration, when he gave a speech, you had to watch it and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't do that.
Insane. And then the other night, Jenny texted me at like 8 p.m. talking about, oh, I think Joe Biden's talking to him. I don't know. And we just didn't watch it. And then didn't see an article about it the next day. I was like, that's fantastic.
Oh, amazing.
I can't wait to ignore this dude.
Fantastic press. I will say bad on the press. They keep complaining like he won't give a press conference. I'm like, I don't know, but I signed up for a coronavirus vaccine, so fuck off. Like, I don't like, yeah, I really actually don't need him to talk to us every day. Please just do your job.
Yeah. I love now waking up to and thinking, what did he tweet now? Like, I love that.
Yeah. I think it's so strange he was like taken off Twitter at the end of everything, like way after the fact. It's like, okay, now it's okay to take
now that we've made all our money,
right?
We can take you off Twitter now. But I am very glad he's off Twitter. I'm very glad about that.
It's a much different place now.
Yeah.
What did you have you guys actually ever had like a political sketch or a joke or just something that you thought was great, but you just could not get it on air, or like you couldn't get it to work, or it just didn't do as well as you thought, but you still stand by it?
No.
Like,
everything we do works all the time.
I know. I'm like, oh dear, I really outed myself here.
Wait, do you?
Do I?
Yeah.
I have jokes. I don't know if they're political. My stuff is never overtly political in the way of like shaking my fist.
How would you describe what that not overtly political joke is?
Well, I don't know if you guys also get told this, but like as a woman of color, I'm always told like just you holding a microphone is a political act. And you're like, okay, I'll take it.
I do sometimes feel that way as a plus size woman. Like I'll get requests to do interviews about my body positive activism. And I'm like, I didn't do an activism. I wore an outfit outside of the house. That's not an activism.
Oh my gosh. Do you feel like comedy has taught you anything more about being politically active or the opposite? Like has your politics ever been affected by comedy or the other way around?
Probably.
Yes.
At the very beginning.
I have to say so, and I'll date myself right now. I am 43 years old, but I will say and I know I'm going to get some hate for this, but back in the day, I got first politically active because of Bill Maher. And his and everything surrounding the Iraq War. I mean, that was the first time I really started to get political, and it was because of his comedy and him and the statements he made, you know, around the wrongness of that war. So yeah, I mean, the hard thing that I think you guys do so amazingly is like the education with the comedy, which I think is so hard, because sometimes like Amber, I saw your piece about the Asian Americans who were murdered this week, and it's so hard to strike that tone of like, I'm being entertaining, but I'm also being very sensitive to what I'm talking about. And it's like, you do it so beautifully, but it's just not easy, especially when something is so sensitive and so, I mean, I don't know, it's really hard to do.
Oh, thank you. Ashley wrote it.
Well, forget you, Amber. Ashley, good job.
No, but it's very easy to just talk. I mean, it's just no one wants to do. Like, you have all those little feelings. Your feelings aren't only, I'm mad. That's not your only feeling. Why is that the only thing you're showing us? You know, I feel like there aren't a lot of shows that will be like, this hurt my feelings. No one's out there saying that. My feelings hurt. I can't say that. So it seems like a weird thing no one is doing, but then it fits. It goes fine. It's perfectly fine for me to be like, I'm a full lady and this hurt my feelings. So be nice. No one cares. They're like, yeah, that's right.
Are you so excited about your show?
Yeah.
Yeah, it got renewed. So excited.
That's so cool. Yeah. I just saw that news. I'm so excited for you guys.
I
mean, it must be so hard too, doing it with no audience and stuff. Or is it getting easier, or is it?
I have the memory of a goldfish. I don't remember having an audience, but I'm barely kidding. This is how it's always been, right? Because it was like 8 months before of home shows for late night Seth before my show started. So I was like, yeah, it's like this. It's quiet. Yeah, great. I feel like if there were people there, then if there's people there, then your mistakes echo. But if you go, oops, oh, can we just do that again? Yeah, because there's no audience. Great. No one cares.
When I did my first piece in the studio on Full Frontal, Jason Jones told me, he was like, don't worry, if you mess up, you can just do it again. And these idiots, they'll laugh for you even louder the second time because they feel bad for you. So honestly, mess up and get a louder laugh. And it's like such a weird, just reframing it that way made me feel so confident. And every time I'm like, they'll love it if I have to do it again. They'll have a fun story to tell.
It's true. Yeah.
Yeah. How do you, Sarah, I know you've made a ton of stuff for the internet. How do you feel making stuff without knowing what the reaction would be right away? Like, what are things you keep in mind as you're making it?
Like right now, stuff I'm working on that I have no idea what's going to happen. I don't know. I just need, I need feedback, and it was weird going from like early last year, 60,000 followers to now 2.4 million. Like, I don't know. It's just like crazy to the point that I don't even get on Twitter anymore because it's too many people. And I just feel like I don't have anything important enough to say to millions of people. Like, I used to just tweet every thought I had. And now I'm just like, well, let me be really careful about like what I tweet. But I like to just have little like Zoom readings with people, with friends, and just read stuff out loud. I have to hear it out loud, and I have to, that's the only way for me to know if it's really working, because something that sounds brilliant in my head is not good at all sometimes. And then something that sounds really stupid, it works. So I don't know. It's really about hearing it out loud for me.
Cool.
I still don't know if it's going to be successful, but at least I feel good about it.
That's the joy of comedy. You just never know why something that worked a million times suddenly doesn't.
Well, I thought about the fact that like when you write something, you're in one mood, and when it actually gets made, you're in another mood. And when it actually gets on TV, the person who sees it is in their own mood, depending on who they're with or they're alone. Like, there's so many reasons why something might work or not work in every stage. It's really hard to control.
Yeah. No, definitely.
It's a miracle. There's any common, people like anything, all want the same thing. My mom said, I visited my mom. She was like, I watched Bridgerton. I watched the whole thing and I loved it, except the sex scenes. They could have done without that part. I was like, and then my dad, he asked me what WAP means. My dad.
What did you say?
I said, ask mom. I didn't want to tell him. I couldn't. No, no way. Sorry.
We all have a line we can't cross. Yeah. Do you guys have any topics that now that there is like so much more bandwidth to talk about things that we just didn't, were dominated by Trump, whatever Trump said, like that you would like to tackle now, or just like areas that you feel like you'd love to give more amplification to?
I'm really invested in the regular everyday life of marginalized people. And I think with Black Lives Matter and all of that was going on this summer, now a lot of people in Hollywood are like, oh, we should talk about these things, but they're still interested in like the big dramatic, crazy moments. And those things do happen. But all the rest of the days of the year, we're just like fighting with our mom and falling in love and doing all the like normal stuff. And that's what I hope that we turn our attention to, just like real life.
Amber or Sarah?
I agree 100%.
I disagree.
Wow. Get out of here.
Care to elaborate?
Only exist when they're being oppressed. Outside of that, I've never met one. There you go.
Going back to something Sarah said, I am curious, like Amber and Ashley, when you are tackling like a more difficult subject or just something that it feels like there's information that is probably relevant to get across to people who might not be fully aware of what the nuances of it are, how do you kind of try to make a balance between getting the right information out and making it funny?
I really feel like with our like political pieces, we just like to make a point and prove it, and we want to prove it in a way that gives you information you may not already have, and that's really the only goal. And because you can't get a laugh off of a joke until everyone understands it, I can't be like, what a fancy cat, until I'm talking about a picture of a cat in a tiara. You know what I mean? Then I can't get the laugh until you know what I'm talking about. Then,
see, I thought you were talking about the cat that was the lawyer. So I'm glad you explained it.
You have to, this is what comedy is about. It's mostly about cute pictures. Shit, if it were up to me. But you know what I mean? So it does, it all kind of goes together to me. It is never like, this is the things we have to make sure to hit. I just think it's a little more like a conversation kind of.
Like
it's a journey.
Yeah.
Journey.
I just like using the word journey because I watched The Bachelor. No, sorry.
Let's see.
What do you think? I feel like we should be asking you questions too.
I mean, I don't know. I always feel like I am always trying to make myself laugh first and foremost. And then I almost try to get the information out first when I've ever had to write something where it's like there is political stuff involved or just like important facts that people need to know. I try to get those in first and then write the jokes around it just to not dilute the information. But I feel like it always depends on the topic because some things are just more sensitive and you're like, well, once I say this, I'm gonna have to get them back because they're gonna be kind of bummed out.
Yeah.
Also like how the kind of information, because like pieces like that, I do the same thing. I just write let me explain the whole thing and then go back and find places to put jokes. But some things are like, I'm not actually going to explain this whole thing to you. I'm just going to say, isn't this weird? And like, let you think about it. And some of the sketches like on Black Lady Sketch Show, like The Invisible Spy, the whole sketch is just like, isn't it weird that we keep making these spy movies about like super hot people, knowing damn well no super hot person could sneak around us because we put so much focus on hot people. So it's not like, I'm not explaining the history of like colorism or any of that in this piece. Literally just like, isn't it weird that we treat hot people this way?
Yeah.
Then it's like, you can just take a very simple idea and then just put it in the right environment and let people absorb it as they will.
Yeah. I think I actually learned that in an improv class once, where you start in the middle of the scene, because then people are already sort of invested. They're like, okay, you're not spoon feeding us this information. Like, we're in on it as well.
Thank you, UCB.
Yeah, I just wanted to plug improv really quick. Well, we only have a few minutes left. I wanted to see if you guys had anything you wanted to plug or promote, or, you know, concluding thoughts you wanted to get out, in case I did not touch on something you wanted to talk about.
Oh my God.
I actually do want to plug improvs. You said that as a joke, but I think people should do improv. We can't really do it now because of the pandemic, but I feel like there's a lot of, particularly women, who like want to try comedy, but it's been seen as such a male space in the past. And like, if you want to try it, you should do it. Opening up your computer and writing a joke is free. Like, go take an improv class. Just try it. It's fun.
I'm actually, you know, this is a kind of random thing, but I'm actually having people audition for my pilot right now. And one thing I've noticed is that, and I think this is true for a lot of minorities, we feel like we have to be perfect all the time because we don't get a lot of chances. And so we really want to make it count. And there were a few actors who came in who are kind of like powering through what seemed like hard times. Like, this one girl looked like she was about to cry. Like, and I'm just saying, like, if you get an opportunity, take your time. Just take your time. That would be, I'm giving advice. I'm not even plugging anything, but take your time. Say, hey, I need a minute, or hey, can we do this in an hour? Like, don't be afraid to do that. Like, give yourself the best opportunity that you can do, because I think a lot of us put a lot of pressure on ourselves to be like super perfect, and we're all human. So
I love that. Amber, any closing thoughts?
I just want to take a second to talk really quickly about watch the Amber Ruffin show, watch Lady Diamonds and Myers, watch Black Lady Sketch Show, buy You'll Never Believe What Happened to Lacey, audiobook and paper and shit.
That's great. You got to get those plugs in. That's why we're all in this business.
that was the messiest plug I've ever seen in my life, by the way.
Just fully mouth into the camera.
Buy my stuff.
Oh my gosh, you guys, this has been so lovely. I truly am such a fan of all of you. I'm so excited for everything you have going on. I'm watching, I'm reading, I'm listening. So keep doing what you're doing, which is greatness. Thanks so much.
Barna.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Amber.
Talk to everybody.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lily Weinberg, and I'm Senior Director with our Community National Initiatives at Knight Foundation. And I get the pleasure to work in 26 cities across the country, from rural to urban and everything in between. I'm thrilled to be a part of the State of Democracy Summit, speaking about public spaces and their role in democracy. At Knight, we work to invest in equitable, inclusive engagement in our cities, and we see public spaces playing a critical role in this work. We've seen over the past year how important public spaces, from parks to streets to plazas, have been for our democracy, providing a space for community members to gather and convene around the issues they care most about. And at Knight, we believe in the power of public spaces to attach and connect community members to each other in place. We've just released a report on public spaces called Adaptive Public Spaces for People in the Pandemic and Beyond. This holds insights for how responsive public spaces can thrive and be a vehicle for communities to address the things that they care about. Some of the major findings were, first, public spaces that reflected community needs and had active community participation increased usage, trust, and attachment within the community, especially with residents of color. Second, prioritizing and embedding community engagement throughout the entire life cycle, so from design to governance of the public space, led to transformative positive change for equitable development way beyond the specific public space site. And finally, community-led public spaces were the most resilient during the pandemic, a very important lesson learned. You can check out the report linked on your screen, and we hope you enjoy it and learn a lot from it. We invited Lynn Ross, our dear partner for Knight's work for the Reimagining the Civic Commons, to share some thoughts on the implications of this research for building equitable public spaces.
Hi, I'm Lynn Ross, founder and principal of Spirit for Change Consulting and a member of the National Steering Committee for Reimagining the Civic Commons. We know from our work in communities across this country that our public spaces are critical civic infrastructure. They're not extras. We simply cannot do without them. The pandemic has made clear the importance of having robust, high-quality public spaces in every neighborhood. But how do we ensure that those spaces are equitable? This new research from the Knight Foundation demonstrates what we've also been learning through Reimagining the Civic Commons, which is that we get to equity when we move at the speed of trust and when we engage deeply and authentically with residents. As we emerge from this pandemic, let's not lose sight of the ongoing need to invest deeply in an equitable public realm, one that intentionally centers on and amplifies the voices of residents in every step of the process: planning, design, and operations and programming.
And now, join us for a conversation on public spaces and democracy with Knight Public Spaces Fellows Eric Kleinenberg and Shalina Odbert, moderated by Priya Parker, author of How We Gather and host of the New York Times podcast, Together Apart. Enjoy.
Hello, and welcome to our conversation today on democracy in public. I'm Priya Parker, and with me is Eric and Shalina, and we are excited to be in conversation with you and with each other. As I was thinking about this conversation today, you know, I both Shalina and Eric, I would love to just start very simply. Shalina, perhaps we can begin with you and your work. Can you share with us an example, a project that you're either currently working on or have worked on that really demonstrates what to you democracy in public space looks like, means, the relationship between us, but between it, not theoretically, but just sort of grounding us in a very real example of what do we mean when we're exploring this idea?
Sure, I'd be happy to. And thanks again, Priya, for moderating this discussion today. You know, before I get into the example, I just want to take a minute to kind of frame the example. I think in our professions, and I'm an urban planner and kind of embedded in the world of design, in our world, this idea of public space has become a term that's kind of tossed about as if it's just a matter-of-fact thing, that public spaces are these places that are open and accessible to everyone, regardless of gender, ethnicity, age, socioeconomic class, et cetera. And I have to say, you know, that for the majority of the population is more of a myth than it is a reality. And the experience of public space for far too many people just really belies that idea of open and democratic intent of public spaces. So I think understanding that the idea of a truly public space is almost kind of this elusive thing that we're constantly chasing makes it really easy for me to give you an example of places that don't meet the definition of public space. And maybe the first one that comes to mind is really looking at that inequity along gender lines, but the same could be said along racial lines or lines of economic status. But we have been doing a project that started in Mendoza, Argentina, in a low-income community there, and it was a project in partnership with the World Bank that was really kind of trying to respond to this problem of a gender disparity between who was kind of using and benefiting from public spaces and just the public realm in general. The parks seemed to be dominated by men. The transportation networks seemed to work better for men than they did for women. Even the sidewalks seemed to work better for men than they did for women. And
Can you just give an example of like how transportation would work better for men? Is it
absolutely
the size of the chair or the safety perception?
It can be many things. Yeah, sure, absolutely. Two really simple ones. One is about the physical transportation infrastructure. So the way bus stops are set up, either there's no shade at all, or they're made in a way that makes them feel very enclosed. And so in both cases, it makes women, who are often like very disproportionately the caregivers in this community and many others, kind of hesitant to use them at certain times of day, either because it's too hot to be there with your children waiting for hours, or it's too dangerous to be there at night because of the enclosed space. And then moving through onto a bus with a stroller or with multiple bags or people in tow becomes difficult in most kind of bus systems. And then on the programmatic side, when we started to examine the timetables of these bus networks, you see that they are almost uniformly programmed to go from the informal settlement into the central city and back at peak hours. And that doesn't serve women who aren't going to the center city for work. They're doing what we call trip chaining, like they're making multiple stops, much shorter distances, and within their closer area, within a smaller radius. And so with a timetable that doesn't work for them and a physical infrastructure that's difficult to navigate, you see that women are immediately kind of less able to access jobs, access lots of other educational opportunities. There was one woman who told us she was studying to be a nurse, and ultimately she changed her career path to become a teacher because nursing school was in the center city and she just couldn't make it work with all the rest of her caregiving responsibilities. So anyway, just to kind of sum up that project, looking across transportation, public spaces, like parks and streetscapes, we began to understand all the ways, like the ones I've just mentioned, that women were excluded. And this was particularly clear in the central park of the community, in which 90% of the users were men, and women, for a range of reasons, safety, accessibility, what the programs and amenities were, just didn't want to use the space.
Part of what I'm hearing in what you're saying, sort of for the rest of us non-urban planners, is really these fundamental questions about who is public space for, and how do you use infrastructure, like literal infrastructure, right? The pathways between city centers, the timing of the day of bus routes, the density, the density numbers, to center those that may not be using the public space as intended. And I think part of what both of your works, and Eric, I'll go to you in a second, is this idea that that public infrastructure, the design of public space, the use of public space can actually counterbalance inequity. It can counterbalance sexism. It can counterbalance racism in a way that allows public spaces that are actually meant for all to be used by all. I remember reading a study years ago, and I will not get it exactly right, but it was looking at the uses of Golden Gate Bridge State Park. I think that's what it's called in California. And a public space, one of the most gorgeous kind of land areas that we have in the country. And I believe at the time, this was a few years ago, that 92% of visitors were white, right? And more than that were middle or upper class. And so just sort of plonking in this idea of public space and not actually designing it in a way that's able to be accessed by the full citizenry, it is a deep problem. And so, Eric, I may turn to you. And if you could perhaps first just sort of level set with us, what does it mean for a space to be public? And what does it mean for a space to be democratic?
Yeah, those are good questions. I'm interested in places that are accessible, they're open, there's no fee for entry. It's better when a place is capable of dignifying the user, welcoming them. Democratic is no one has a privileged right, to a place. It's not a place you can access the first tier with a VIP pass and a gold card, and the more crowded benches are for those people who don't visit the park as regularly or who don't have as much money or are the wrong color or sex. So the way that I would start this is by kind of just giving you a different kind of example, a place that has real value and significance for me. In the run up to the 2016 election, and in the years during the Trump presidency, you call me crazy, but I was feeling a little anxious and down about the state of the union and worried about this democratic experiment that we're involved in here. And I found that I needed to discover a place that was public and accessible and democratic, and that would make me feel better about daily life. And the place that did that for me more than any other place turned out to be this branch library on the Lower East Side, Seward Park Library specifically, because I found in this place so many of the virtues of what you would want in a gathering place. And Seward Park it's an interesting area in an interesting neighborhood. So for a lot of people, you hear the Lower East Side as a concept and you think, immigration, and you think of this incredible history of incorporation into the American project. And maybe you think about, density and crowded housing and things like that. There's another world of people who hear the concept Lower East Side and they think, oh, that's that neighborhood where I can go and buy a $12 ice cream cone, at a place where the only flavor is salt. And so like what happens when you go down to the Lower East Side, I work at NYU, and so I'm pretty close to that area, is you see this like clash of these different worlds. There's still kind of immigrant New York. It's very Asian right now. It's a little Latino, but it's very Asian. It's a little Russian, and it's very working class and poor. And then there's also kind of gentrifying New York, and it's kind of younger and whiter and more professional. And you see the clash in publicly accessible areas, all over the streetscape. So for instance, there are all these coffee shops now that are ostensibly, public insofar as they're accessible to, anyone can walk in, but they don't take cash, for instance. The cost of entry is to have a credit card. And they're not really accessible to everyone because the cheapest cup of coffee there costs $5. And in fact, everything about these spaces, some people call them third spaces, the kind of commercial sector of our public areas, everything about them tells you we want certain kinds of people here and other people aren't welcome. And by the way, down the block from some of these really kind of hip coffee shops are places like Dunkin' Donuts and McDonald's. And at Dunkin' and McDonald's, it's a very different clientele. But when you walk into the rooms that have tables, there are these big signs on the wall that say, no loitering, 30-minute limit. And, Priya, I could go into a McDonald's or a Dunkin' with my computer and probably sit there for hours by virtue of being a white guy who looks kind of professional. And the reality is, for a lot of people in the Lower East Side, you can't do that. So there are all these places that are kind of accessible, but they're not quite public spaces. Contrast that with the library, where there's a line of people waiting to get in every morning when it opens up. There is a librarian whose job is to kind of be like aggressively welcoming to everybody who wants to show up. They open the door, smile at you. There's something extraordinary about a public library that truly dignifies people as they come in, and in return, I think people kind of aspire to their best self when they're in there. That's the history of what a library does. I can't walk into the library and say to the people who are sitting at the table, I'm sorry, I'm a professor at NYU. I pay more taxes than you, and also I'm a scholar. I have a right to the seat at the table, right? That's a way it's democratic. If a class of for crafting, or for a book club is full, I have no capacity to wield my platinum card and get in there. I can't. There's no faster line for me to check out the book. And in fact, like the library is an extraordinary place because it's not just democratic and accessible and welcoming and designed in such a way physically that you feel uplifted when you go in there, the high ceilings and big windows and things like that. But it also really is designed to cater to all different kinds of people, and programming does that. And so for me, the library has become the kind of great example of a democratic public space. And when I think of like, what's the best thing we have going in America, like, and where do you go to find the America that I want to live in? I can't think of a better exemplar than the library.
One of the distinctions that I'm enjoying very much that you're making is not the difference between public spaces and private spaces, but the real defining line between public spaces and what has been called third spaces, right? The Starbucks, private spaces, trying to be public spaces and often used kind of as public spaces in theory, but the core social contract being fundamentally different. And when push comes to shove, who belongs and who can get kicked out of a place for what behavior is actually very different in terms of these two different places, these sort of third spaces that are actually very good to populate a neighborhood, and sort of Jane Jacobs' ideas of having commercial entities absolutely within a neighborhood. But to pretend that a Starbucks should replace a library is actually deeply problematic because it changes public space to have private ends, or at least to share private ends. And, I'm a conflict resolution facilitator, and one of the core elements that we think about in creating any type of gathering is the social contract, right? What is the need? What is the purpose of this gathering? What is the purpose of the space? And fundamentally, what is the contract between the host and the guest? And when I hear you describing a library, or Shalina, when you're talking about even bus routes and the idea of the bus conductor as host, right? And the patron as guest, and the bus conductor as basically the host who derives her legitimacy from the government, right? The librarian who derives their hosting authority from the government, which is us, is very different than a host that is a barista deriving their authority from Howard Schultz. Even if, I'm not saying that these spaces don't also create elements of democracy, but just that in there's a fundamentally different contract when a space is both legally and physically truly for everybody. I'm curious, as we're coming out, we're still in a year of a global pandemic, where I think one of the many things that I have been kind of mourning is the almost cruelty that, because of the way this virus spread, the most open democratically healthy spaces were the first ones to be the most problematic and the most dangerous from kind of a space of people coming together. During this past year, how have you thought about, first, how have you seen public spaces being used or not used? And Shalina, as you think about the kind of elements that create equity and use as we're emerging from this time, what's on your mind, and how has the pandemic informed your thinking of the use of public space and the design of it, particularly in the US?
Sure. Well, I think one real, I guess, silver lining, if you could call it, of the pandemic is that the things that we as practitioners in this kind of public space realm have known for quite a long time, that public spaces can work much harder for a community than just providing leisure space or recreation space. Are things that are finally being acknowledged and understood by a much broader public. And that's critical to making the kinds of investments and the kinds of decisions that are needed to create more of these truly public, truly democratic spaces. And importantly, making sure that they're equitably distributed across a city or across a region. Because one thing that we saw very clearly in the pandemic and could have been 100% predicted if someone was looking at the data, is that public spaces became critical to kind of survival, mental health, physical health during the pandemic. But in Los Angeles, for example, only 50% of the city of Los Angeles has access to a public space within a quick walk of their house. And the 50% of people that don't have access to a public space overlays almost exactly with the low-income communities of color within the city of Los Angeles. And so you can see immediately how the pandemic only sharpened the divide of the kind of public health benefits, the economic benefits, all the benefits that roll out of public spaces, only accrued to the half of the population that had access to them. And that was the half of the population that was already much better positioned to endure the pandemic across the city. So as we're thinking about what happens as we kind of move into post-pandemic life, we know that life is not going to go back to normal in these low-income communities of color as quickly or in the same way that they may in other parts of the city. And so what we're thinking about quite a lot is the park as a recovery hub. So not just how do we get parks into these parts of the city that didn't have them before the pandemic, because now we acknowledge that it would have been really useful to have them during the pandemic. But we're going a step further and saying, how do we make sure that they're there across the city in an equitable way? But when we're in the process of putting them there, we think about them as these places that are much more than just a place to take your children to play, that they have things like outdoor classrooms, or they have these sort of service docks that could receive the mobile library once a week when needed or when useful, or they could be sites of, health clinic pop-ups or farmers markets or any of these other things that, quite frankly, are also lacking in many of these communities, but could be fundamentally made accessible through a public space that's designed as kind of this hub of social, economic, and healthful activity.
I love what you said about almost the realization of the importance of these gathering spaces well beyond the urban planning geeks and facilitators and social scientists. I think and then inversely, or perhaps then because of it, the political moment and the political opportunity we currently have, when people well beyond sort of specialists understand the critical civic heartbeat of these places, to then be able to actually fund and reinforce these public spaces. I think watching President Biden's speech, national address recently, I was thinking, I think it's perhaps one of the first presidential addresses devoted to the importance of gathering. Right? He opens, the first third of the speech is literally talking about the birthday parties and the 4th of July's and the lack of gathering with friends and families and loved ones, and the importance of human connection and isolation that comes from it. And I thought it was a pretty remarkable moment where basically our head of state is talking about the importance of our connection, of our, but specifically the unit of coming together, not phone calls, right? Not Zoom calls, like the danger to our health, to our democracy, to our sense of self when we can't come together. And I think one of the things that's been interesting about this time, and hopefully will come out of it, in a more democratic way, is for there to be a political demand to realize that we can't take these things for granted, and infrastructure in our country is something that actually will bolster the way we design and use these spaces beyond, as you said, leisure, or even the mental benefits of leisure in something like a park. I'm curious, Eric, as you think about if you were to advise the Biden administration about how to, in this perhaps moment of political opportunity where the majority of Americans are no longer taking gathering, and particularly gathering in public spaces, for granted, however long that lasts, how would you advise them to invest their resources?
So the operative word that drives the book I wrote is sort of the concept is social infrastructure. That what I actually talk about it much more than I talk about public space. My claim I make is that there's a thing called social infrastructure that's just as real as the infrastructure for power or for transit or for water or communications, which is to say there's a set of physical places that shape our capacity to interact with each other. And the argument of my book is that if you invest in social infrastructure, if you design it well, if you build it well, if you maintain it, maintenance is actually really important, and we should be thinking about it as we enter into a kind of new urban fiscal crisis. I grew up in Chicago in the 1970s and 80s, and we had built all this incredible social infrastructure, but then it all got abandoned and neglected, like New York in the 1970s and 80s. And, the libraries were closed, the parks had glass everywhere, broken glass, a lot of debris. So if you build well, if you maintain, if you program, you get all of these returns to social life and to civic life. And it's interesting, in the book, I make a very strong argument against the idea that like Facebook and social media and all the things that we do digitally count as social infrastructure. Kind of like Biden, my argument is that that's communications infrastructure. And, thankfully we can all be here today, remotely on Zoom at this moment. But this conversation we're having is kind of not the same as it would be if the three of us were, on a stage together. And if everyone who's watching, the millions of you watching right now, we're in a room, because we can't take the conversation to the next place, and you can't talk to each other when it's done. And if I announce right now that I just got a call that we were going to be stuck, on our screens for the next 3 years, we'd all just be totally heartbroken. What we can't wait to do is be with each other. And so I think that the reason to talk about social infrastructure, and the reason I would ask the Biden administration to talk about it too, is because we know that there's just overwhelming political support for infrastructure building. right now. I mean, it's on the right and the left. You see it in red states and you see it in blue states. America does not have 21st century infrastructure, period. And we suffer from it economically. We know that, we suffer when the heat's too hot, when there's a big storm. We suffer when we have to get out of an airport or use public transit in most places. That our infrastructure doesn't work, but our social infrastructure doesn't work also. And it's part of that system. And if we're about to spend trillions of dollars on infrastructure, something like a New Deal, maybe even a Green New Deal, if we're going to do that and we neglect to think about social infrastructure, if we don't think about how traditional infrastructures can act as social infrastructure, a great subway system is a social infrastructure, a great park is a social infrastructure, and parks were part of the original New Deal. Recreational facilities were a huge part of the original New Deal. If we don't think about those places and invest in them, we will not be repairing our civil society and our democratic culture in the way that it needs to be repaired. And I think it's very clear that we are in a democratic crisis at the moment. And if we're not going to fix our democratic crisis with tunnels and bridges.
Exactly. Couldn't agree more.
I think that as I listen to you talk, I think about my local park, and it was created by a famous poet 150 years ago, and part of the space that it provides, in addition to all of the many activities, right? Like I think part of the pause we have at this moment of reemergence, though I understand, we're in phases of reemergence, is to ask these fundamental questions, like, what is a park? Right? Like, what is the purpose of a park?
Yeah.
And to invite, like, the public to actually help answer those questions. What is a library? Right? What is that? And you draw out beautifully in your book kind of all of the many things a library is, and that it's different things for different people, right? It's a GED class. It's a virtual bowling competition in the basement for senior citizens. It's a place to imagine and get closer to your best self. It's a place to change jobs. It's a place to learn English. It's a place to find a librarian that helps you talk to your child about gender in a way that they weren't spoken to about from their parents, right? It's so many things. Shalina, you had this background in kind of participatory planning and using and really engaging in the local to help inform decisions about how public space is designed and used. So if we have the Biden administration listening to Eric and funding social infrastructure writ large, how would you also think about the principles to use locally to help communities across the country decide or begin to reimagine the spaces as we take them seriously?
Yeah, well, I think fundamental to that kind of rebuilding process and that investment in social infrastructure is determining, as you alluded to, like what the process itself needs to be, because it's no good to build a whole new slate of social infrastructure if it doesn't right the wrongs of our current social infrastructure. And not to single the library or not to put the library in this bucket, though I think the reality is that even libraries can be exclusive or can sometimes keep people out. But certainly when you talk about public spaces and parks, which is important social infrastructure, it also is not inclusive infrastructure in many of the cases. And I think across the country, you won't look no further than the crisis of the unhoused. And when you look at how parks address that crisis, it's abominable. Parks are not public spaces for the unhoused. And you see that in cities across the country. So when we're thinking about when the Biden administration begins to invest in this social infrastructure, per Eric's suggestion, I would encourage a rethinking of the process itself. a process. Public spaces don't become public by accident. They're public by design. And if the design process is led by the people that currently lead it, which are predominantly white, able-bodied men, then the outcomes are going to serve white, able-bodied men best and first, and everyone else after that. So we need to change who's included in the decision-making process and in the design process. And that is more than just having a public meeting as part of a design process within a city. It's more than just asking people to come and vote on which of 3 designs that have already been approved by another group of people like best. It's about truly sharing decision-making power with the end users, with the people that you want to be in this public space. And it's important that those end users represent the whole range of public. So it means bringing the unhoused into a design process for a public park. It means bringing women into and caregivers into the design process of the public transportation infrastructure in a city, and so on and so forth. So I hope that answers your question, but for me, the fundamental shift that needs to take place is not just moving away from a focus on tunnels and bridges, but also a shift in how we design the new things that need to be added to what we consider infrastructure.
Could I just amplify something Shalina said? Because I think that message is so important. And, it's interesting. It's not a utopian fantasy that you would have, a more accessible and democratic planning process, that you would ask homeless people, for instance, or non-white men, even to talk about what they want before you build a place. Back in 2019, when we used to do things like travel to other cities, I got to visit Helsinki and also Calgary, among other places. And in both of those cities, the government had built brand new libraries that were specifically designed with the participation of members of the homeless community, with people of color, with a variety of people in the area, to think about what kinds of uses they would make of the library space. And what results is this kind of situation and a set of resources that are so different inside the library than what we have in the US. And I can tell you, if you go into a branch library in many American cities, the thing that is the crunch point, the thing that's the hardest to deal with, is that the bathrooms are badly designed for the real uses of libraries today. And so we create problems that we could solve by really listening and paying attention.
Part of what this moment has revealed, right? Much has been revealed in this year, is a real contestation around what is public space, how do we use it, how do we protect it, not only on day-to-day perspective, but at a societal level. And as we close our time together, if there was one thing that you would want, imagine we're all sitting together at the 92nd Street Y, or each person is logged in from their Zoom link. What is it as individuals who may or not be policymakers, who may or may not be, urban planners? What is it that you would kind of leave them thinking with as how they could help buttress, support, and participate in more equitable public spaces?
I think a really simple answer is the everyday resident can, with just a simple kind of mindset shift, can start to look at their public spaces and the public realm around them through a different lens. If you're walking around your neighborhood or your city and you're asking questions of the infrastructure that you use every day, like this sidewalk, does that sidewalk crack may not affect me, but who might it affect? Or when you're in your public park with your children or your family, have a look around and start to see not just who's here, but who isn't here, or how are the different groups that are here being treated differently. I think building a fundamental awareness at the individual level of how public spaces, how social infrastructure work for some and not for others, begins to build that kind of advocacy that we need to have at the local level to change the way these things happen. It's only when you understand fundamentally how your park could be different, how the way that you program your football field could be different, and how that could create a fundamental shift in, I don't know, the amount of women or children that use the space, that you can then begin to advocate for it in local community meetings, at the ballot box, and at other levels. So I think it's kind of just beginning to understand fundamentally that the built environment, the public realm, is not neutral. And then to begin to understand in your personal life where those moments are, so that you can be ready to advocate for change when it comes up in your day-to-day life.
Beautiful. Thank you. The public space is not neutral. I love it. Eric.
I think the main thing to remember is that when we have these moments where there's big public investments, we have a history in this country of seeing very politically connected and influential communities use their power to claim the resources and to promote inequality by trying to build things that are beautiful for them. And so the really tough choice that we face moving forward is how we enthusiastically embrace the new investment that we'll make with the public sector. How the construction of palaces for people and parks that work for everyone, while remembering that the people of Chelsea in New York don't need another extraordinary park right now as much as our neighbors in some other boroughs do, and that our libraries and treasured institutions are wonderful, but can't always be first in line. Our schools can't always be first in line. And this is a very tough issue. I'm not going to pretend that it's easy, but right now, the way that our public spaces come up is that either we have philanthropists who throw money at things on topics and in areas that they're interested in. And in the realm of parks, what that means is neighborhoods where they live tend to get even better parks. Or in the public sector, we have to have really principled leaders who make sure that equity concerns are paramount. And so the only way we get that is if we fight for it. And that's going to mean, as we move forward, not just talking about equity, but also recognizing that, white privilege and class privilege is something that gets exercised, when elite communities advocate for themselves and not for the broader public good. And that is it's going to be a big challenge for us to do this, but we have to do it right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you both. Thank you for being in conversation with me and with us today. I think I will be taking very much, and to state the obvious, perhaps, but again and again, is that public space is not neutral. Public space does not just happen. Public space is designed. And as we leave and as we begin to reimagine or protect the public spaces that we have, or shift them, to think about who is not there, and center the people who should be most answering those questions. So thank you both. It's been a pleasure to be with you. And thank you all for coming to our session on democracy in public.
Thank you, Priya.
Thanks a lot, Priya.